The twins are asleep before the plane finishes climbing. For the first time since we left the gate, there is no kicking, no whining, no sticky little hands reaching for me from both sides. Noah is slumped against his window pillow, mouth open. Lucas has one fist curled around the edge of his blanket like someone might steal it. I sit back and let out a breath I have been holding since boarding. 11 hours to Casper with two almost 2-year-olds. Whoever designed air travel clearly never tried doing it with toddlers. We are going home. The word still feels strange in my head. Home. My birth pack. My brother. My father. The halls I grew up running through. I have not said the word out loud much in the last 2.5 years, because saying it made me miss things I was still too angry to admit I missed. This morning had been chaos from the start. Bags, snacks, extra clothes, tablets, chargers, sippy cups, parkas, and 2 little boys who thought the airport was built for them personally. By the time I got them into their seats, buckled them in, and convinced Lucas that he could not crawl under the seat to check the plane's belly, I was already exhausted. Now they are quiet. So my mind does what it always does when I finally get a moment to myself. It goes backward. Oliver and I were born on the same date, 2 years apart, which sounded sweet to everyone except the 2 children forced to share every birthday. His side of the party had superheroes and action figures. Mine had princesses and pink frosting. The adults thought it was adorable. We treated it like war. His 18th birthday was different. That was the day he became alpha. Alphas came from everywhere for the ceremony. The house was packed with leaders, heirs, guards, advisors, and people who smiled too much because they wanted something. My father, Daniel Ward, was stepping into his new role as senior councilman, so the night was already heavy with importance before anyone even looked at Oliver. I was turning 16 that same day, which should have meant I stayed politely in the background and let my brother have his moment. Alara had other plans. I felt her wake in my mind as the ceremony began. At first, I thought it was normal. Wolves usually make themselves known when we turn 16. They stay close, bond with us, talk to us, learn us. The first shift is supposed to wait until 18. Alara whispered, "Our mate is here." I nearly choked. No. Absolutely not. She ignored me. To be fair, she is my best friend now. Back then, she was a determined voice in my head with terrible timing. I left the ceremony before anyone could notice something was wrong. The last thing I wanted was to steal attention from Oliver on the night he had trained for his whole life. I made it to the meadow by the pond, where the moon blossoms grew thick and pale in the grass, then stripped out of my dress with shaking hands. The shift took more than an hour. Pain came in waves. Bones moved. Skin stretched. Breath turned into something raw and animal. By the time it ended, I was curled in the flowers, trembling under the moonlight. Then I saw myself in the pond. Alara was beautiful. She was larger than any she-wolf I had ever seen, with a pure white coat, glowing blue eyes, and blue markings that curled over her face and head like sacred paint. I knew what those marks meant before anyone told me. Blessed healer wolf. Rare. Powerful. A gift and a burden all at once. I let her run. For a little while, I forgot the ceremony, the pack, my family, everything. There was only the meadow, the water, the night air, and the wild joy of having 4 feet beneath me. When we shifted back, I dressed and started toward the reception. Halfway there, a scent hit me so hard I had to grab the nearest tree to stay standing. Leather and mint. Warm. Clean. Addictive. A man stepped out from the trees, watching me like he had been waiting. "I saw you shift," he said. "Your wolf is incredible." I should have said something smart. Or careful. Or anything at all. Instead, I stood there, shy and breathless, because I already knew. Mate. He came closer and took my hand. His thumb brushed my knuckles, and my whole body reacted. "Vanilla and rosemary," he murmured. "That's your scent. It's beautiful." I looked up at him. "I am Liam Bennett," he said. "White satin pack." Then he smiled. "And I am going to kiss you." We spent the whole night together. By morning, he was gone. I searched the house first, then the grounds. Panic made everything too sharp. The hallways seemed longer. The air felt thinner. I finally found my father, who looked at me with the careful softness adults use when they already know they are about to hurt you. "Honey," Dad said, "Oliver and I need you in his office." "I have to find someone first." "I know who," he said. That was when my stomach dropped. Oliver was waiting behind his desk, already wearing the weight of Alpha on his shoulders. Dad stood beside him. Neither of them looked angry. Somehow that made it worse. "Liam told us you are his mate," Oliver said. I held myself still. "He returned to his pack early this morning. He left you a note. He made it clear he is not rejecting you, but he does not want a mate right now." My eyes burned before he finished. Oliver's jaw tightened. "He says he has enemies. People trying to take him down. He believes they would use you to get to him." By then, tears were falling. I took the note with hands that would not stop shaking. "My dear Camille, please understand my position on the mate bond. You are a lovely girl, and if I had been in control, last night would not have happened. Ronan took over the moment he caught your scent. I am sorry. I never meant to take advantage of the bond. I cannot have a mate. Not yet. Too many enemies would kill you simply to weaken me, and I cannot divide my attention between protecting you and protecting my pack. I dislike public scenes. That is why I left this way. I wish you well. Perhaps one day we can be friends." Friends. That single word dried every tear on my face. I folded the note. Then I folded myself around one clean, cold decision. Liam Bennett would regret leaving me like that. He had better hope I still cared by the time he did. I left my pack that day. My mother's brother took me in at his pack near Dunkirk. I studied until my hands cramped and my eyes burned. Healing. Herbs. Flowers. Roots. Tonics. Poultices. Potions strong enough to pull fever from blood and gentle enough for newborn skin. I went through pregnancy alone. I gave birth to my sons alone. Then, when my body was mine again, I trained. Hand to hand. Blades. Staff work. Archery. Sword fighting. I learned what my body could do when I stopped treating pain like something to survive and started treating it like a teacher. Last month, I entered a competition. I placed third against the males. First among the she-wolves. I am not the girl who cried over Liam Bennett's note anymore. A small foot kicks my thigh and pulls me out of the memory. Halfway through the flight, both boys wake up at once, because of course they do. I take them to the bathroom, which feels like a military operation in a space built for one very thin adult. Then I set up snacks and juice boxes on their trays. Once they are fed, I hand each of them a tablet and start the same movie on both screens. The same movie is important. Different movies lead to shouting. Shouting leads to judgmental passengers. I have learned. They look exactly like their father. Dark curls. Green eyes. Same little mouth. Same stubborn chin. They are identical in a way that confuses strangers and delights me, mostly because they use it for trouble. To my surprise, the flight goes better than expected. They start getting cranky only near the end, and by then I am cranky too, so I cannot hold it against them. Before landing, I wrestle them into their parkas and pull on my own jacket. Wyoming cold is no joke, especially after 11 hours in stale airplane air. When we step off the plane, it feels like walking into a memory that has been waiting to ambush me. Oliver is at baggage claim with Wesley, his beta and best friend. I spot them before they see me. Oliver looks older. Not much, but enough. Broader through the shoulders. Harder around the eyes. Alpha suits him, even though part of me still sees the boy who used to steal my birthday candles. Then he sees me. He starts running. Cammy. He stops short when his eyes drop to the two little boys holding my hands. His face changes completely. Cammy, he says slowly. Explain. I laugh, because if I do not, I might cry. So being Alpha has done nothing for your brain. Good to know. I squeeze the boy's hands. Oliver, meet your nephews. Noah. Lucas. Boys, shake hands with your uncles. This one is Oliver. That one is Wesley. Oliver drops to one knee right there in baggage claim and pulls both boys into his arms. For a second, they freeze. Then Noah pats his shoulder like he is comforting him, and Lucas grabs a fistful of his coat. Oliver's eyes are wet when he looks up at me. I missed all of this, he says. His voice breaks on the last word. Why didn't you tell me? I would have come. I would have been there for you. I crouch beside him and put my arms around all three of them. I was angry at first, I say. And embarrassed. I hated Liam for leaving me with everything. Then I decided I did not want to live as that version of myself. Oliver watches me without interrupting. I learned my gifts. I trained. I became stronger than I thought I could be. Last month, I placed third against the men and first among the she-wolves at competition. I give him a small smile. I am not that naive 16-year-old who left here. I will never be her again. His grip tightens around the boys. The timing never felt right, I add quietly. To tell you about them. Wesley steps in and hugs me next. He smells like snow, leather, and home. When he pulls back, he looks at the boys, then at Oliver, then at me. Where do we put them? We did not exactly come prepared for children. I laugh. Their car seats are at baggage claim. Come on. We need to get them home before they fully melt down. They are tired, hungry, and thirsty. That combination breaks furniture. Oliver scoops both boys up like they weigh nothing and tells Wesley to handle the bags. I help Wesley load everything into the truck, then buckle the boys into their seats. We are barely on the road before it starts. I want nuggets. I want juice. How far? Are we there? My boot feels weird. His elbow is touching me. Oliver glances at me in the rearview mirror. I just smile. A few minutes later, the truck slows. I look up and see the golden arches. Oliver pulls into the McDonald's drive-thru and turns toward the back. What do you boys want? Both mouths open. No, I say before they can begin. They get nuggets, fries, and juice. No McFlurry. No apple pies. No chocolate milk. Oliver blinks. I point at him. They turn 2 in 3 days, but mentally they negotiate like 5-year-olds. Never give them options unless you want to lose the next 30 minutes of your life. Wesley coughs into his fist, trying not to laugh. Once we are back on the road, food distributed and peace temporarily restored, Wesley twists in his seat to look at the boy behind him. What's your name, little guy? Noah, I warn. The child smiles sweetly. Lucas. I groan. The real Lucas jerks upright. He's not Lucas. He's Noah. He only wishes he was Lucas. No, I'm Lucas. No, you're not. Yes, I am. No, I am. Oliver looks at me like he has just realized what sort of army I brought home with me. I lean back against the seat and close my eyes. Welcome to my world. Liam's POV. Sitting in the office with Maxwell, I ask what have you found on the rogues that attacked Dark Woods? And have we had any word on Daniel Ward's condition? Maxwell shrugged, replying I heard Oliver has a healer coming in from Ireland to look him over. Supposedly, the best healer. But, as of the latest update, Daniel is critically wounded. And not expected to make it. Fuck. I really like Daniel. He is a good man. Oliver will be devastated. I wait for Maxwell to continue with the report on the rogues. He tells me the rogues are amassing, under the order of a rogue alpha. Calling himself King of Rogues. He believes if he takes you out, everyone else will fall in line. The rogue we captured said they attacked Dark Woods because it holds the heart of the moon. We haven't found what they meant by that. They didn't know. But Ethan is researching everything we have. I'm perplexed. And now, curious the heart of the moon? I have heard of that. But it's just a myth. A bedtime story. Nothing more. Maxwell is shaking his head. Then he says every myth is based in facts. They may get distorted. Embellished. In the repeated tellings. But the concept remains the same. What do you remember? Racking my brain, I try to recall what my mom used to tell me. It was just a bedtime story. I don't know. My mom used to tell me the story, before bed. It's been a while. I had forgotten about it completely. Until you said it. Something about, every 100 years, the moon goddess comes to earth and blesses a child. The child then carries her blessing in their heart. They have the gifts of the moon. Are exceptionally beautiful and wise. They are always mated to a strong male. Because they are hunted for their hearts. Ignorant people believe if they eat the blessed one's heart, they will receive the gifts. Max shivers and remarks that S is creepy, as it is disgusting. So why dark moon? We know everyone over there. I don't ever recall anyone talking about this blessed one. I shrug and say yeah. I don't know either. I will call Oliver and let him know what we found out, but right now, I have a lunch date with Brianna. See you later. Brianna and I have been seeing each other for a little over 3 months. I am considering taking her as my chosen. I regret I can't be with my true mate. But she would be my weakness. If my enemies were to harm her, kill her, it would weaken me. My wolf wouldn't recover. And I can't afford that. I like Brianna. And I need an heir. Just an idea I am kicking around. I pick Brianna up, and we drive to town. It's just a lunch date, so we're headed to Macy's diner. We walk in and find a booth. Nora brings water to the table, and drops off menus. I watch her walk back to the kitchen and I hear 3 female voices. Laughing and joking around. Brianna asks, what are we ordering today, baby? I'm just in the mood for a salad, I think. I gained 4 pounds this week and I can't have that. I smile and say you are beautiful, and you know it. Stop fishing. But, I'm getting the bacon double cheeseburger. It is exactly what I need today. Nora took our orders, and had brought our drinks to the table, when I heard a voice say I will stop by another time, Macy. It was good catching up. Nora. Call me girl. There's drinks and a dance floor calling our names at the den, tonight. And the scent of vanilla and rosemary hit me. My eyes sought my mate. And when I realized she was standing, frozen, by the counter, my body tried to move instinctively towards her. She looked at Brianna. Then back at me. Her eyes shuddered. Then she said, you have got to be shitting me right now. Although, why I'm surprised, at all, is beyond me. She suits you, Liam. A vapid, shallow, conceited drama queen is exactly the type you need. She walked out, without me saying a word. Fuck. Why didn't I know she was back? Why would she not come home? Her father is critically wounded. Of course, she would come back from wherever she'd been. I feel like a dumbass. Pretty much got caught with my pants around my ankles. By my mate. Damn it. I sat back down and Brianna asked why, in the name of the goddess, would you let that homely little bitch speak to you like that? And insult me. She has always been so jealous of me. And you just let her get away with talking shit about me. Way to be a man, Liam. I said shut the fuck up. She has every right to say whatever she wants. She is my best friend's sister. An alpha in her own right. As for what she said about you, I am venturing to guess it has something to do with the time you spent in school with her. Whatever beef you have with her, has nothing to do with me. If you ever speak to me like that again, we are done seeing each other. And you can move out of the pack house. Back to the women's quarters. I had lost my appetite. So I dropped Brianna back at the boutique. And headed back home. Walking in, I yelled Maxwell. My office now. Bring Ethan. And went straight there. They walked in and Maxwell asks, lunch didn't go well? I glared at him and Ethan. I said, when were you going to inform me Camille had arrived home? I ran into her at the diner. Maxwell grinned and Ethan blurted Cammie's back. Oh my goddess. I have to go see her. Well, I'm confused. Why is he so excited? I asked, do you and Camille have history? He laughed, I wish. No. She has just always been one of my best friends. I would have flunked out of school, if not for that brainiac. I didn't know she was back from Dunkirk, though. That caught my attention. She was in Ireland? How did you know that? He shrugged and told me she texted me from time to time. Just checking in. Why? I sighed. I may as well come clean. She is my mate. A little over 2 years ago, at Oliver's ascension ceremony. Her wolf shifted early. Probably because she smelled me. We spent that whole night together. Then I snuck out the next morning and came home. Maxwell looked at me, like I had two heads. Then he yelled, "What the fuck, man? You slept with her. Your mate. Then you rejected her? What is wrong with you?" I growled, "Enough. I didn't fucking reject her. I just told her that having my mate makes us vulnerable. And I can't protect her, when I have the whole pack to defend." Ethan said, "Wow. Just wow. At least, now I know why she disappeared the day after Oliver's ceremony. I'm really mad at you, right now, Liam. You have forsaken your true mate. Our rightful Luna. Because of your ego. If you take a chosen mate, especially if it is Brianna, I will recuse myself from Gamma position. I will only ever protect our rightful Luna." I was in the infirmary with Dad. Checking his wounds. I had irrigated them all and pulled the silver out of his bloodstream. His vitals are better. His color looks good. His temperature is still a little elevated. But that's from the wolfsbane. Oliver walked in and said, "Why didn't you tell someone you needed to go to town? I don't like you out, without protection. There are rogues everywhere." I grinned and said, "Hello, brother. How's your day going?" "Daddy is doing better, today. He is going to make it. But he will have a couple months recuperation. Thanks for asking. Now." I went to town to pick up some gauze and tape. The infirmary is low on them. While I did order some for delivery. I needed some today. He growled, "You went alone. You could have been attacked. Just next time. Please. Take some warriors, yeah." I smile and hug him, promise. And if the boys had been with me, I would have absolutely taken warriors. "I'm sorry to have worried you." He nodded and asked, "When you're done here, can you meet me in my office?" I readily agree, saying, "As soon as I collect my sons from daycare." "You betcha." I finished up with my dad, leaving instructions to link me at any time if anything changes. As I was heading over to the daycare, my phone dinged. It was Ethan. Goddess damn it. I bet he knows, and that means he is upset. You are back? Why didn't you call me? Why didn't you tell me Liam is your mate? Seriously, Cam? Me, only Oliver and Daddy knew he was my mate. He didn't want me, Ethan. He mated me and snuck away. Some bullshit note he left. Claiming I make him weak. Fuck that. I'm sorry, Cammy. I just told him I will step down as Gamma. I will not protect other than my true Luna. Me, don't do that, Ethan. I will be so mad at you. You can protect the Luna he chooses. You don't have to like her. Haha. You are my true Luna. I would suck at being Gamma, if I ever had to choose who I would save from a burning building. Me, come see me tomorrow? Have something to tell you, anyway. By the time I was through texting, I was at Oliver's office. I knocked and walked in. Wesley and Grant were already there. I grinned at all three of them and said, "What's up, Buttercup?" Grant grinned and asked, "What's the word, hummingbird?" Then Wesley adds, "What's the gist, physicist?" We all crack up laughing. While Oliver rubs his forehead, saying, "Can we just not?" Making us laugh harder. Oliver asks about Daddy. And since healing is my second most favorite thing to talk about, I say he is improving. The silver is gone. And the wolfsbane is dissipating. I will start waking him tomorrow. He is going to have some physical therapy. He has got a long couple of months ahead. Oliver then says, "Camille, Liam called today." I butted in. "Oh. Let me guess, he called to complain about me insulting that fake bitch with the bolt on boobs, Brianna." He choked on a laugh and said, "No. No. That wasn't what he called about. But put a pin in that, I want to circle back to it. He called because he retrieved some information from one of the rogues that attacked Dad." I chuckled. "He retrieved it? Be quiet a moment. Let me savor the visual of him retrieving like the dog he is." Oliver groaned out, "Must you? Let us just get through this." "What do you say?" The rogue informed him that he has an alpha. That alpha is calling himself a king. He wants to take Liam out. By sniper. If he has to. They are attacking our pack to get to the heart of the moon. Well, shit. Grant says all the security cameras you ordered are being installed, as we speak. I will have them all online by dinner time. Wesley chimes in. The towers are nearly constructed and the underground bunkers at the borders are weaponized and ready for occupancy. I said I want to see them. The boys are playing with Tessa in the kitchen. Let us run out there. Elara needs to stretch. Oliver jumped up and said Jasper can't wait to meet her. I'm excited, too. Let us run, guys. We stripped at the woodline and Elara shifted. She stretched her forelegs out and pushed her haunches high. Then she shook her fur out. Walking over to Jasper, she rubbed her scent all over his dark brown fur. Then licked his face and ears as he returned the favor. We ran and played a couple hours. Then Oliver showed me the bunkers. I was enthralled with the ingenuity of the design. The earth looked completely undisturbed. If you didn't know they were there, you'd never find them. We raced back to the pack house. I almost had him, but he veered to the left and leaped an entire thicket. Once we were dressed, I stepped from behind the tree. And he was laughing. I smirked. You cheated. I should have expected it. He just grabbed me in a headlock and gave me a noogie. Big brothers suck. I got Noah and Lucas seated at the table in their high chairs. And prepared their dinner plates. Noah says, Mommy, where is our daddy? A boy at daycare said we are bastards because we don't have no daddy. I look at him, then at Lucas. Who nods? I smiled and said, remember when Mommy told you that your daddy is the fiercest alpha in our world? And remember when I told you your daddy is a very busy man? And I haven't had time to tell him about you? Your daddy is still a busy man. But you will meet him one day soon. But, for right now, point out the kid who called you bad names. They pointed to a little boy. Around 6 years old. Sitting with his parents. I recognize his mother right away. She has always been a gossip and a troublemaker. Great. Raising the next generation of bullies. I walk over to their table. I say, hello, Heather. It seems your son had a few choice words for my 2-year-old toddlers today. Even called them a derogatory name. Since he looks to only be 5 or 6. The name he called them isn't one he pulled out of a hat. It's a word he has heard. If it happens again, trust and believe, I am coming for you. She snapped, oh come on, Camille. You waltz in here. Dragging a set of twins, after 2 years. And no mate. Acting like you're just so much better than the rest of us. That's bullshit. You spread your legs for some fly-by-night, and put the blame on my son for calling them bastards? I slapped her. Hard. I said your opinion of me means jack shit to me. Come for my boys, again. I dare you. Liam's POV. I am absolutely dreading the trip to Dark Moon today. Camille isn't going to be happy that I'm there. And I honestly am not sure I want to see her. Ronan hasn't given me a moment's peace since we saw her day before yesterday. Ethan went over yesterday and visited her. Said she is still the same amazing girl he knew in school. He is really not talking to me. I overheard him telling Maxwell. I am heading out to get in the truck when Brianna steps up, wrapping her arms around my neck. She kisses me. Ronan growls low in my chest and I step away from her. I glared at her. Never do that again. The only contact we have is contact I initiate. You are shifting from your lane. And you'd best get back between the lines. She pouted. I just wanted you to know I will miss you. I will wait in our room for you to come home. Ronan growled loud enough to shake the windows. There is no our room, there is your room. And my room. How dare you insinuate there is more between us than a few dates? You are well on your way back to the women's quarters. I slammed out the door and climbed into the truck. My mood was bad enough, and now, it's taken a hard turn south. I somehow doubt it is going to get any better. I just hope Oliver has information on this Heart of the Moon. Maxwell speaks up. I have a feeling Brianna is going to start pushing you to take her as your chosen. I don't see it ending well. Ethan scoffs. She will just tantrum her way into getting him to agree. I glance back at Ethan and tell him spit it out. This shit is eating at you. Ethan. You are a brother to me. You have a problem with me. Let us talk it out. He asks, in all seriousness, would it make a difference? I just don't get it. I have been waiting for my mate since my 18th birthday. She is all I ever think about. But for 2 years, 2 fucking years. You have known who your mate is. You mated her, Liam. And now you ignore her. That is messed up, on so many levels. I snarled. If she is attacked. If she died. It would weaken me. It would weaken the pack. I have to be absolutely certain any threat to our pack, is eradicated before I could think about accepting her. Maxwell shrugs and chuckles. Even if she will accept you now. You'll be lucky if she doesn't. Hate you. I sneer at them both. Thanks for the pep talk, guys. Really lifted my spirits. Ethan laughed and responded, what? You want us to blow smoke up your ass? About something you know, in your heart, is wrong. That's not how brotherhood works, dude. We rode the rest of the way in silence. I was arguing with Ronan. Even he is mad at me. But I don't blame him. Every instinct he has is to be with his mate, at all costs. All I know is my mate is a healer, and that means she needs protection. Once the Rogue King is put down, I will consider accepting her. Arriving at Dark Woods, Oliver and Wesley met us at the door. There seemed to be some kind of party being set up. And I asked, someone's birthday? They didn't answer until we were in the office. Oliver said Noah and Lucas are turning 2 today. That was it. He didn't expound. So, I didn't press it further. I asked Oliver, how's Daniel doing now? His face lit up. He so much better. Cammy brought him up and out of the coma yesterday. He already had 2 therapy sessions. He will be at dinner later. I grinned at his excitement. That is good news. I am happy to hear it. Is his long-term prognosis good then? He nods again, saying Camille identified the problems and set about healing him the first night she got home. She is an incredible healer. Ethan stood and tells us, speaking of that healer. I'm going to go hunt her down. I'm sure she needs help with something. I said, Ethan. Shouldn't you ask your alpha? He grins and shrugging, says Gamma protects Luna. And walked out the door. I groaned and Maxwell said you probably shouldn't have told him Camille is your mate, yeah? He is going to make our lives hell. Oliver started laughing. You told him? Dude. Ethan and Camille were inseparable. Wesley and I called them Tweedledee and Tweedledum. You seldom saw one without the other. That's going to be painful for you. Yeah. There is some good news, right there. I asked Oliver, what can you tell me about this Heart of the Moon thing? Do you know where it is? Do you have it? Because if this Rogue King is after it and it's as important as it seems, we need to step up security. Oliver looks at me, with such an odd look on his face, it confused me. Before he responded, you are willing to step up protection for something you don't understand. Fascinating. I do not have it. I do know where it is. It is more important, more precious than you know. I wish I could tell you more. But it's not my story to tell. I smile. Then, we defend it. Is it kept in a safe place? I mean, easily defendable? Shall I send some warriors over? Just in case? Oliver shook his head, letting us know we have stepped up security around the borders. Our towers should be occupant ready today. Our bunkers are fully equipped and have warriors rotating shifts in them. We installed over 100 cameras around the borders and in the woodlines. Maxwell looks at me. That's impressive. I wouldn't mind seeing the bunkers. We might want to look into doing that at home, Liam. I agree and ask Oliver what prompted all the beefed up security measures? It feels like it's more than your father's injuries. He shrugs. My dad was targeted. Deliberately forced away from the fighting. He was singled out, then attacked by 5 rogues. By the time I could get to him, he was in bad shape and this was pinned to his chest. He handed me a piece of paper. Give us the heart, or next time he dies. I felt a white-hot rage fill my body. I growled, threatening you. Is threatening me. This so-called Rogue King has bitten off more than he can chew. Let us take a look at those bunkers. Walking around the inside of the bunkers, I was impressed. Room enough for 8 men to bivouac comfortably. With running water and electricity. A separate weapons room, with a veritable arsenal. There are monitors watching the cameras. Even a small kitchenette for making snacks. Holding drinks. Wesley was taking notes of everything. I asked Oliver who constructed this. I'd really like to hire him. As long as he is discreet. He laughed. Grant has 3 guys he used. We rented the equipment. A backhoe. And a track hoe. as well as a bobcat. Camille designed it. Oliver was called back to his office for an important phone call, so Wesley and I ran around the borders just to check the camera locations. We headed back to the pack house, and as I was crossing the backyard, I saw a young boy. Probably 5 or 10. Who knows? Kids all look alike. That boy slapped the snot out of a little boy. A toddler, judging by his size. Camille stormed over. With an identical toddler on her hip. She knelt to the one on the ground and rubbed his cheek, before picking him up, as well. She looked down at the boy who had hit him without taking her eyes from him. She yelled, "Heather. I warned you to keep your crotch goblin on a leash. Now you will face the consequences of his actions. You should have heeded my warning. Someone has a lesson to learn, and it might as well be you." From where I stood in the tree line, I could literally see the fury that radiated off my mate. I couldn't help feeling that was more than anger at a child being struck by another. I have more questions than answers. Today, I am decorating the backyard for my son's 2nd birthday. Noah wanted a Spider-Man themed party, while Lucas wanted Iron Man. So I simply went with an Avenger themed party. Some of the warriors even volunteered to wear costumes. The boys will be thrilled. I have Spider-Man, Iron Man, Thor, and Captain America. I walked over and checked on Daddy. He grinned and said, "Stop fretting. I feel much stronger today. If I get tired, I will take a nap." I laughed and said, "Let me worry, okay? You were at death's door 3 days ago. As your daughter, it's my job to fret." I looked up just as Ethan walked out the back door. I grinned. "Ethan? 2 days in a row? I feel so special." He laughed and said, "You are special, dweeb. But the alpha wanted to discuss some things with your brother, so I rode with." My heart sank. I knew I had to tell Liam about the twins. I was hoping for a little more time. Oh well. What better day than their birthday? Ethan asks, "How will you handle him seeing the boys?" I mean, it is so obvious who they belong to. I just shrug and head over to set the tables up. Noah ran up and yanked on my jeans. "Mommy. Mommy. Mason is mean. Lucas." And I looked down, snatching him up to my hip. I went in search of my other wayward toddler. I felt Noah's head jerk and he whined. Looking down, I watched a handprint appear on his face. Knowing exactly what happened. Oh hell no. I rounded the corner of the house and spied Mason, leaned over my baby. On the ground. Curled up, covering his head. I saw red. I knelt down. Touching my baby's cheek, healing it. I picked him up, placing him on my other hip. I yelled for Heather. Ethan had followed me, and I handed the boys to him, asking him to take them to my dad. Heather stepped out of the kitchen and saw me pulling Mason over to her. "I warned you. Did I not warn you? You're teaching your son that not only is it okay to hurt others with words, but physically, as well? What kind of parent are you?" She shrugs. "Your kids should know how to defend themselves." I am. I don't even. What? I said they are too. You moron. 2. Babies. Toddlers. And Mason is 6. That's 4 years difference. He laid hands on my son. And you see nothing wrong with that. You need to find your mate. And get to Alpha's office. Now. I link Oliver, explaining the situation. And go to gather Dad and the boys. Ethan helps my dad to his feet and the 5 of us head to the office. I am furious. It took everything in me to not snap that bitch's neck. Bad form for the acting Luna, so, luckily, I refrained. Daddy opened the door, and I followed him inside. Fuck my life. In my anger, I had forgotten Liam was here. He jumped to his feet staring at the 2 little boys on either side of my hips. Well. Here we go. His face turned as dark as a thundercloud, and just as he opened his mouth to snap something out, Daddy said, "This conversation will wait. Right now, we have a pressing matter of bullying. And I want it addressed." Heather, Sean, and Mason walked in. Oliver told them to sit. I took a seat on the sofa. With my boys between Daddy and me. He immediately handed them paper and pencils. Drawing little animals for them to try and copy. Oliver looked at Sean and said, "Explain why your son finds it acceptable to not only harass, call names, but physically assault my nephews. They are alpha. In their own right. As well as, by birth. We have zero tolerance in this pack for bullying. Care to tell me when your family decided to ignore the rules? Sean looked chagrined and said, I have tried, Alpha. All I can think is, my mate wasn't raised in our pack. Perhaps she grew up thinking this behavior is okay. I have told her countless times that her gossiping and spreading rumors are not allowed here, yet she persists. She has accumulated a little following of other she-wolves that all seem to think it's fun to run others down. I don't know how to curb her actions. I looked at Heather. Even your own mate does not condone this behavior. Yet, you persist. We have always taught that being hateful to anyone in this pack will be dealt with harshly. You are both warriors. Your son will be a warrior. You are raising him to believe he can manhandle anyone smaller, younger, or different than he is. Your main mistake was thinking my babies should be his next targets. Explain yourself. She sneered. You walk around here, acting like you are entitled. Like you are better than the rest of us. Yet, you leave for over 2 years. Going who knows where. Then show back up with kids. And no mate. The Alpha-S little princess is nothing but a whore. I started laughing. Just literally holding my sides, laughing. I calmed down enough to ask, you are my judge. You are my jury? I have been tried and convicted. On what? Your small mind decided that I just left so I could whore around? That's awesome. The interim of my time away was spent learning. The things I learned allowed me to save my father's life. I am the acting Luna of Dark Woods until my brother finds his mate. As such, you either respect me or leave. Otherwise, challenge me for my position. One more time. One more time your son speaks out of turn to anyone, uses physical violence against another defenseless child, he will be removed from your supervision and taught the meaning of being a decent wolf. Sean gasped and asked, please Luna. Don't take my son. I will teach him our ways. I guarantee this will never happen again. I smiled at him and responded, Sean, you are a great warrior. I remember you growing up and you always treated me with kindness. However, your mate hasn't acclimated very well to the rules and regulations of our pack. I honestly believe she needs to retake the indoctrination course again. Apparently, she learned nothing when she joined our pack. She snarls, I never took that course. Why would I? I was a grown woman. Fully aware of the machinations of pack life. You don't get to dictate how I act or live my life. You are nobody to me. So yes. Luna. I challenge you for your position. I will show this pack exactly what you are. I looked over at Oliver and Wesley. They were irate. I smiled at them and shook my head. Okay, Heather. Challenge accepted. Since I am the challenged, the fight is my choice. I choose no wolves. Hand to hand. No weapons. Submission only. I will not kill you. I would not do that to your family. Oliver shot his eyes to mine. Are you sure about this, Cammy? You owe this pathetic excuse of a mother nothing. I just grinned at him. And turned to my boys. Noah. Lucas. Mommy is going to fight. You've watched before. This time, I want you to pay attention. I never want to fight. I will never go looking for trouble. But, I want to allow anyone to hurt you and get away with it. Just like I would never tolerate the two of you being mean to anyone who isn't harmful to you first. Do you understand? Noah nodded, while Lucas grinned. Kick her ass, Mommy. I will clap. And he claps his little hands, as their grandpa says daycare is doing these boys good. Their vocabulary is expanding. Everyone laughed. Except me. I have a feeling it's going to get worse, and tell everyone in the room, don't encourage them. Liam's POV. I am livid. Just looking at those boys. Anyone would know. They are miniature versions of me. She kept my sons away from me. Hid them away for 2 years. How dare she? She wants to play games with our lives. She is going to find that I am better at it. Once everyone was situated around the training circle, Oliver leaned down to one of the twins. Noah, you see the man sitting behind you and Lucas? Why don't you tell him what you know about your daddy? He turned his little body backwards in the chair. His tiny legs sticking out the hole and says, I'm Noah. And that's my brother. Lucas. I smiled and told him I am very pleased to meet you. My name is Liam. And I am Alpha to the pack on your eastern borders. The white satin pack. You heard of it? He just shrugs his little shoulders. Like he is not impressed at all. Before Lucas asks why you ask about our daddy. You know him? We don't haven't saw him yet. I feel anger rush through me again. Even while Ronan is just purring in my head. I reply, I might know him, would you mind telling me about him? Noah responds immediately. With a bit of attitude, our daddy loves us very much. Mommy says so. She said he is just real busy being an alpha. He is the strongest and meanest alpha in the world. Everyone should be afraid of him. He is brave and kind. Mommy said when we get to meet him, he will show us how much we mean to him. And she told us soon. Soon we get to see him and we aren't bastards no more. Oliver looks over his shoulder and says, you thought she wouldn't tell them about their dad? That regardless of how she had been treated by him, she extols his virtues to her sons? You hurt her. Badly. So much that she left her home. Went through a pregnancy, alone. At 16. Yet, she makes sure her boys know their daddy is a great man. You underestimate her at every turn, Liam. I fear you will regret it. We all turned our eyes to the circle, as Camille entered. She was wearing yoga pants and a sports bra. And her beauty alone caused my heart to skip beats. She is confident. Joking with Ethan over beside the circle. She laughed at something he said, and a sharp pang of jealousy ripped through me. The fuck was that, Ronan? He growls in my head, that should be us. Making her smile like that. You better hope you can fix this mess you created. I am not joking when I say I will refuse to transform. I don't even know where to begin. By getting rid of that slug you are fucking. That's something else altogether. If you ever try to mark anyone other than Alara and Camille, I will kill them. Ronan. Why have you never said anything before? I just always hoped you'd stop wearing your ass for a hat. Apparently, my expectations were too high. The Heather woman stepped into the circle and smirked, ready to have your ass handed to you, healer? And Camille laughed, trash talking. How fun. Tell you what. If you can land one. Only one. Hit. I will concede my title. It's a thankless, never-ending job that takes entirely too much of my precious time. Then she looks out over the pack and grins, I'm just joking. I love all of you. I just thought this bish needed some incentive. They all laughed with her. This pack really loves her. The woman charged at her, Camille leaped in the air and somersaulted over Heather's head. She landed in a squat and swung her leg out, sweeping Heather's feet from underneath her. Then she pounced, punching Heather in the face, splitting her lip. Backing away, Camille waited until Heather was back on her feet. Dancing around her, she started taunting, one hit. That's all you gotta land. Then you get to be acting Luna and I get a vacation. I'm excited about it. Come on. Give me all you got. When Heather swung again, Camille spun a 180 and flipped her over her back, punching her in the sternum as she landed. Again, she backed away, allowing Heather to catch her breath and find her feet. Heather charged the third time and I caught a gleam of light off the woman's hand. I started up out of my chair, just as Camille caught Heather's wrist, snapping it. She punched her in the temple and Heather fell to the ground unconscious. Camille growled, take her to the fucking cells. Her punishment will be decided later. Sean, your mate is not only a bully. She is a cheater. I specifically said no weapons. She wanted to stab me with a silver knife. He hung his head. I apologize, Luna. I have no idea what she is thinking. I am sorry and I will take her in hand. Camille laid her hand on his shoulder. Sean, we can't apologize for the actions of another person. Her decision to cheat is her own. However, I recommend you place Mason in our anti-bullying classes immediately. And limit the time he spends with his mother. 3 women stepped away from the crowd, and one yelled, under whose authority do you think to deprive a child of his mother's love? Camille laughed and asked, Heather's entourage, I presume? Well, ladies. And I use that term loosely, I am depriving Mason of the hate, the deceit, the lies. He is being taught by his mother. I see no love being taught there. As for you three, take heed. This pack will not tolerate the kind of negativity that has been exhibited. The woman shrieks, you show up here with your bastards and think to tell us how to raise our children? Why should we listen to you? You obviously have no mate. Fucked some rando. Then act like we are the immoral ones. That S rich. Oliver roared, that S enough. How fucking dare you? Where were you raised that you are allowed to speak to any member of the Alpha family with such disrespect? My sister has a mate. Her children are the sons of that mate. That is all you need to know. Any more speculation about her personal life will see you banished. Ethan walked up to Maxwell and me. Eventful afternoon, right? He chuckles, as both boys leap from their chairs at him, yelling, Unca Ethan. And I snarled, you knew. He shrugs and smiles at the boys in his arms. Yep. Since yesterday. And I am pissed. All over again. Crap on a cracker. Might as well get this over with. I walked over to Liam and said, please meet me in the study, in 15 minutes. When I turned to walk away, he growled gladly. You have some explaining to do. I spun around and said, I am going to shower. 15 minutes. That is the amount of time you have to get a cap on that bullshit self-righteous attitude. I have nothing to explain. The conversation we are about to have is a courtesy, not an obligation. You'd best get that in your head. I hurried through a shower, dressing in a sweater dress and leggings. Slipping my feet into low-heeled boots, I threw my hair up into a messy bun and headed to the study. This is something necessary. But damn it, I wanted to do it on my terms. I grabbed a cup of coffee and walked into the study. I took a moment to admire Liam. He is tall. Probably 6'5" or so. Over a foot taller than me. His hair was pulled into a man bun. Dark brown. His startling green eyes and dimpled smile. Ugh. Tribal tattoos cover his arms. And I remember the ones on his chest so well. Shaking myself, I stepped all the way into the room. I asked if he would like a drink and he declined. No. I want you to explain why I have an heir and am only just now finding out. I sipped my coffee, deciding whether I want to be polite or just light his ass up. I'm leaning toward the latter. I look him directly in the eye and tell him to sit down. Let us get something straight, shall we? You don't want your mate. You mated me, then snuck away like a thief in the night. You couldn't be bothered with rejecting me. Not with words. But you did. You rejected me, by your actions. In rejecting me, you rejected my sons. Do you know what hurt the most? It was the realization that you took my innocence, robbed me of my virginity. All the while knowing I was just another fuck to you. You had no intention of marking me, of accepting me. You made me believe we would be mates, knowing I would think that way. You still fucked me. I was 16, Liam. And so in love with the thought of my forever soulmate, I never imagined he would have a heart of stone. So, don't come up in here acting all put upon because I didn't tell you about my sons. I owe you nothing. I will not keep Noah and Lucas from you. We will work out a visitation schedule amenable to both of us. I will not tolerate them being around Brianna. Or whatever flavor of the month you're fucking. It's been almost 3 years now. I think you should just reject me officially, now. At least, I will no longer have to endure the pain of you screwing your whores, anymore. I commend you on slowing down a bit, since I have been back. When I was first pregnant, it was an every night thing. And I nearly miscarried because of it. Now, my body is trained to only feel the twinges, until you're finished. He had the audacity to look guilty. He opened his mouth to say something and I stopped him. Don't. Just don't. I want to hear nothing from you that even remotely resembles an apology. Literally, you'd have to be capable of remorse, in order to mean it. I will formally introduce you to the boys, at their party in an hour. If you do anything, say anything, that causes them pain, in any way, you will never see them again. Not a threat, Liam. A promise. He asks, am I allowed to speak? Or are you going to continue your tirade? I scoffed at him. Tirade? That's rich. Are you saying I don't have a right to be angry at you? Hurt by you? You went on living your best life, sleeping your way through the pack. My life was changed forever. I crammed 4 years of learning to heal into 2. I learned 6 years of combat training in 1 year. All while taking care of myself. And my 2 precious babies. So. Pardon me for being slightly resentful. He grimaced and said having a mate would weaken me. Why don't you understand that? I watched my father slowly dwindle away to nothing, after my mother died. He couldn't run the pack. Fuck. Most days, he couldn't remember to wear pants. I took over the pack at 16. And I vowed to myself to never be as weak as he was. I laughed derisively so. Going to blame it on anyone else. No, Liam. Your selfishness. Thoughtlessness. Hatefulness. That is all on you. Your father gave up when his mate died. He gave up. That was his choice. My mother was killed when I was 8. Oliver was 10. My father misses my mother every day. His heart yearns to be with his mate. But he fought through it. He chose to remain to raise his children. You know. If you had valid reasons for not accepting me, I could live with that. But, all you have is excuses. And in your pious, self-righteous brain, you believe your excuses are reasons. They never are, Liam. I will be quiet. And please. Tell me whatever it is you need to. I have a party to get started. He sat for a few minutes before he spoke. I know you don't feel any apology from me would be sincere. But, it is. I am very sorry. Had I realized being with other women would cause you pain, I would have refrained from it. I never wanted to cause you injury. The night we met was all Ronan. No. That isn't an excuse. That is a fact. He feels the same now, as he did the first time he saw you. I'm not saying I am ready for a mate. But I am asking for a chance to get to know you. To atone for some of the pain I have caused. I just stared at him the entire time he talked. Thinking, does he even hear himself? This pompous ass acts like he would be doing me a favor by spending time with me. Alara is whimpering loudly in my head. And my heart breaks for her. She needs Ronan. And I sympathize. I will do this. For her. And for my sons. But, right now, I am struggling even trying to think of being so much as this asshole's friend. I tell him we will be spending time with each other. For our sons' sakes. The first several times they come to visit you, I will be with them. There will be no overnight visits without me present. They need their father. That's a given. But I will not allow them to suffer anything close to what you've put me through. So, consider them supervised visits. Until I know I can trust you with their tender hearts. He nodded and said that's fair. I completely understand and I guarantee I will change your opinion of me. I laughed again. Yeah. Good luck with that. Are you ready to meet your sons? He nodded again. And Oliver walked in with Noah and Lucas. I seated them both on the sofa, my wee bairn. Remember when I told you about your daddy? I told you he was a very strong, very brave alpha. And you would meet him when he wasn't as busy. Conquering the world? Oliver mumbles, at least the she-wolf side of that. I glared at him. Lucas asks, is our daddy on busy now? I smiled at him and said yes, my sweet winky blink. He is not as busy now. As a matter of fact, you spoke to him earlier. Before Mommy's fight. Do you remember? Noah says we spoke to Alpha Liam. Is he our dad? I grinned and replied yes, my smart boy. Liam Bennett is your father. And he very much wants to meet you both. Liam knelt in front of them both. I am so sorry it's taken me so long. I'm here now. I will never leave you again. Then he lifted them both, inhaling their scents deeply. And I knew that was Ronan. Smelling his pups. Noah looks at Lucas and says, who needs superheroes, Luke? We got a dad for our birthday. Liam's POV. Hugging both their little bodies close. I carried them out to their party. Camille had planned everything to perfection. Right down to the cake. Iron Man on one side. And Spider-Man gliding in on the other. The boys were in their element. They didn't stray far from my side. And I was more than okay with that. After the party, Camille had me come upstairs to the boys' room. She wanted me to be a hands-on dad. Which according to her is being present. And helping the boys. We bathed them. Then dressed them in their new superhero pajamas. Which they loved. And I read them a story which saw them sound asleep before the third page. As I was getting ready to leave, I asked, when will we start visitation? I am eager to begin. She smiled and said, as eager as they are? How about we start with Saturday morning? The boys and I will arrive at your pack house around 7 a.m. so you can have breakfast together. Depending on how the day progresses, we'll determine if we stay overnight. I grinned at her, seeing how deeply her stubborn streak runs. I respond, I can't wait. I will have rooms prepared. For them and for you. Thank you, Camille. She nods and sees me out the door. On the way home, I asked the guys, did we all know that your mate can feel it when you're fucking someone else? Ethan snickers, that's like Goddess Doctrines 101, bro. Of course we can. Oh my goddess. Cammy felt it every time. Dude. Best be pulling as many apologies out of your ass as you can. No wonder she's pissed. She knows how many times you've cheated. I growl and say, I didn't cheat. We aren't together. How is it cheating? Maxwell looks at me like I'm crazy. What the hell, man? Who are you? You may not have accepted her, Liam. But Ronan has. And Alara accepted him. You are literally guilty of animal cruelty, right now. Abusing your own wolf. I feel like shit now. I get it. I'm an asshole. I fucked up. Now help me fix this. Ethan laughed and asked, how are we supposed to help? And why are we helping? Is it just because of the twins? Or is our end goal to bring our Luna home? I tell them both, honestly I don't know. What if being with her weakens me? Maxwell glares at me and asks, when we studied the doctrine in school? What the fuck were you doing? You passed it with AB. How? When you know absolutely nothing about the mate bond. Oh wait. You fucked your way into passing. Didn't you? And she gave you AB? Room for improvement, brother. I half grinned because he wasn't wrong. But then, I felt embarrassed. Because he is right. It's how I actually graduated. It interested me more than studying. Damn. That's shameful. Maxwell tells me meet me in the library when we get home. I want to show you something. I nodded and realized I have a lot to learn. And this time I am going to listen. I am hating myself for causing her any pain. I hate myself for almost costing my sons their lives. I hate myself for making my mate hate me. Once we were home, I decided to shower before joining the guys. I opened the door to my room and something was off. I turned to the bed and flipped the light. Brianna was lying on my bed naked. I yelled, get out. Pack your shit and move back to the women's quarters now. She ran down the hall, naked. And wailing. Goddess help me not to strangle that bitch. I met the guys in the library and I asked Ethan to make sure Brianna is moved out. I don't want her living in the pack house when my boys are here. I looked at Maxwell, what are you going to show me? I poured us each a whiskey and sat down. He said he wanted me to read something, actually. I told him to read it to me. I am not in the mood. He tells me okay. But don't interrupt me. Wait until I'm done. There's 2 separate parts in the mate chapter. So I will read one. We can talk. Then I'll read the other one. As I'm nodding, Ethan comes back in and lets me know she's gone. But she was pissed. Screaming like a banshee how I was going to pay. That's fine. I'll take my chances. Maxwell says. Okay. Listen. According to doctrines on mates. Once physical contact is made between mates, the bond forms. If that contact is intimate, the bond strengthens. Even if the bond is not accepted by either party or one rejects the other and it's not accepted and no matter how far apart they are. When one cheats, the other feels it. It is an excruciating pain that feels like your insides are being ripped apart. She-wolves have been known to claw themselves to death trying to stop the pain. If a she-wolf is pregnant, there is an 85% chance she will miscarry and possibly hemorrhage. Male wolves have gone feral. He looks up from the book and asks, you okay, bro? I shook my head no. I'm not okay. I could have killed my mate. My heart is sick and I don't like myself, right now. Ethan puts his hand on my shoulder. I know it's a lot, dude. But you didn't know. Imagine knowing it would hurt your mate. And doing it anyway. At least you're not that guy. They both chuckle and I tell him, great pep talk, brother. He grins and says thanks. I'm here every night at 9. Maxwell clears his throat and tells us to listen to the second part. Mates are two halves of one whole. The goddess creates mates at birth. They are designed to be each other's strengths. An alpha, for instance, is incapable of running a pack correctly without his luna counterpart. The alpha is the head of a pack. The members are the body of a pack. The warriors are the legs. The luna, though, is the heart of a pack. A pack cannot and will not survive without its heart. I dropped my head in my hands. What have I done? How do I fix this? Ethan answers, remember, the bond is intact. The more time you spend together, the stronger it will become. Your wolves will be pushing for intimacy. Tell her every day you're sorry. Prove to her. Every day. You are sorry. Maxwell says it's the little things. Fixing her a plate of food. Holding her chair. Or a door. Opening her car door. Pouring her a cold drink. Foot rubs. Those are the things women notice. Not any big grandiose gestures. When you're with her, be there. Be present. I sit thinking everything they've said over and over in my head. Then it comes to me. I know what I have to do. I tell the guys goodnight and head to my room. As I walk in, I groan. I strip the sheets and throw them out the door. I put a new set of sheets on my bed and laid down. I pulled out my phone and pulled up Camille's number and typed out a text. Me, I want you to know I truly am sorry. We came home and I went over the goddess's doctrine. I never realized I was hurting you. I would never have done it, otherwise. My experience with mates was not a good one, and I projected that onto us. I see that now. I am going to prove to you that I want this. I want us. Good night, Camille. Note to self, burn the bed. I arrived at White Satin Pack with 10 minutes to spare. But Liam was at my door before I shut the truck off. He grinned hugely and held his hand out for me to take. I took it, enjoying the sparks and tingles for a minute. He helped me out, then turned to the boys' doors. He lifted Noah down, after hugging him and saying he loved him. Then turned and did the same thing with Lucas. Liam has texted me every day this week. Each one, an apology. I haven't responded to any of them. I don't fool myself. I love him. My heart belongs solely to him. But, he won't know that not unless he earns it. My biggest fear is opening up to let him in. Just for him to do the same thing. It makes my heart hurt thinking about it. We had finished breakfast and the boys were with their father down at the training field. I had just finished putting their clothes away in the room Liam had readied for them. He had them in a room between the two of us. With adjoining doors. His reasoning. No one can get to their room without going through one of ours. I met up with Ethan on my way back downstairs to check on the boys. He walked with me out to the training field. We heard a blood-curdling scream and I took off running. I saw a woman, trying to shake Lucas' little face off her leg. And Noah on the ground. As I closed in on the scene, I realized it was Brianna. Rushing to Noah, I lifted him into my arms. He had a bloody nose and his cheek was swelling. I laid my hand against his face. Then handing him to Ethan, I grabbed that bitch by the hair and slung her at Liam's feet. Glaring at him. I picked Lucas up and Ethan followed behind me with Noah. I washed my baby's little face and kissed it all over until he was giggling again. I sat down on the floor with them. And I said, tell mommy what happened. Don't be worried. Mommy already knows who she is going to kill. I just want to know how many times I need to kill her. And they both giggled. Lucas tells me we was playing tag. And I was IT. Noah took off running and we accidentally ran into that mean woman. She spilled her drink and got so mad. She was scary and all her clown makeup is ugly. She was screaming and calling names and then wham. She backslapped Noah right in the face. He fell down. She hurt him and he was crying. I bit her. I smiled at him and ruffled his curls. That's mommy's big boy. I am so proud of you for looking out for your brother. I tucked them into their little race car beds, and just as they dozed off, Ethan whispered, Liam is asking for us in the office. I sigh and nod. If he even tries saying anything to me about that woman, all bets are off. Walking in, I see Brianna sitting in front of Liam's desk, with Maxwell leaned against the wall by the door. She was giving me the stank eye, and I muttered, keep glaring, bitch. My sons aren't here to save your life now. Ethan choked on air while both Maxwell and Liam stifled a laugh. I sat down and asked why I was there. Liam said I invited you. I wanted your input on the punishment we are giving Brianna for abusing the son of a guest in my home. I laughed. Seriously? You want my input? I would just as soon beat the hell out of her, as look at her. But she's your pack. I'm not the only one with a dog in this hunt. He nodded and said you are so right. She has no clue the actual severity of her infraction. Is Noah okay? Lucas? Did you have him brush his teeth? Gargle? And I laughed. Shaking my head, I told him they always brush their teeth before nap time. Lucas did tell what happened, however, and said the scary, mean woman with the ugly clown face backhanded Noah for accidentally, or accidentally, running into her while they were playing tag. The guys laughed, while Brianna muttered something about ill-bred brats. Maxwell was still laughing when he said, I don't believe I have ever heard you described more accurately. Brianna, she snapped, shut up, Maxwell. This isn't your business. And the growl Maxwell loosed rattled the windows. Oh. Big, mad, disrespected puppy fixing to go off. He roared, I am Beta. You ever disrespect me, or speak to me without my title, again, I will order you be delivered 5 lashes with a silver-tipped whip. It is my business when someone in our pack abuses a child. Liam speaks slowly. Anyone could tell he was holding on to his temper by a thread. Let's hear it, Brianna. Why would you backhand a toddler? A baby. Especially that baby. She whined. I acted without thinking. Liam, I was looking for you. I wanted to apologize for the other night and to let you know I am willing to try again. He laughed and said, you are willing to try what again? If you are referring to anything to do with me, get it out of your head. You were a mistake I never plan on repeating. She yells, why? You said you were going to choose me as Luna. Until Ethan said he would quit as Gamma. I raised my eyebrow and looked at him. And the hits just keep on coming, folks. Liam snarls, I never said that. I made a remark in passing about considering a chosen. That was before. This is now. What does concern me though, is how did you know Ethan said that, Brianna? She shrugs her shoulders and mutters, I heard someone talking about it. He growled, only 4 people knew, Brianna. My inner circle and Camille. I will ask one more time, Brianna. How did you know? Instead of answering, she whimpered, why do you keep saying my name like that? Like it's a bad word? Everything was fine, until you saw her at the diner. After that day, you barely spoke to me. He said, answer the question, Brianna. She screamed. She already told him how she knew. Liam looked at Maxwell. Lock her in the cells. Maybe she will think about telling the truth. Before I find it. And Brianna, I will find out how you knew something that was discussed in the privacy of my office. Trust and believe. They left and he turned to me. I am so very sorry. I never meant for that to happen. I know that doesn't mean shit, in the overall scheme of things. But, please, don't take th. I slammed my hand over his mouth and shook my head. His eyebrows raise. And I grab a pen and paper. I wrote office may be bugged. His eyes got huge. Taking my hand, he led me downstairs and out to the back garden. He said that would make sense. But why would she bug my office? What would she hope to gain? I rolled my eyes and asked seriously. What does she want? To be Luna. Unless she is giving the information she gleans to an outside party. Have you noticed her acting differently? Suspiciously? He shrugs. Shaking his head. Men are so clueless. Think, Liam. Has she done anything lately that made you think it's odd? He said, wait. She became more aggressive about calling attention to our relationship. The day of the boy's birthday, she tried wrapping her arms around me. trying to kiss me, in front of the pack. And made some remark about waiting in our room. I told her flat out, there never has been in our room. And never will be. I have never allowed that. When I came home, she was naked. In my bed. I threw her out of the pack house. And burned the bed. I started laughing. Burned the bed, did ya? That essay shit ton of red flags, there, Professor. Liam's POV. Ethan combed through all 3 of our offices. He found bugs in mine and Maxwell's. Then Camille suggested we scan my bedroom and a conference room. Sure enough. He found 5 more bugs. 2 in my bedroom. The fuck? I look at Camille and said now, I have to interrogate her. And we don't hurt women. I'm not sure how we would get her to talk. She grinned and said, oh please. It would be my utmost pleasure to allow her to bleed on me. I will interrogate her. I grin and ask, how about we visit her after we get the boys in bed for the night? She nods and tells me she is going to check on them. And asked if I wanted to come. I jumped on the chance. We quietly went through her room, to get to theirs. And both boys were waking up. I sat between their beds, and they both smiled at seeing me. They climbed into my lap. As I hugged them close. Together they said, Daddy. I don't feel good. And my eyes teared up. I whispered they called me Daddy. Did you hear? They called me Daddy. She giggled, nodding. She said they also said they don't feel good. Hand me Noah, so I can check him. Then we'll swap. She set Noah on a changing table, and her hands started glowing as she ran them all over his little body. She had a confused look on her face. As she handed Noah back to me, and lifted Lucas. After checking Lucas, she set him on the floor, and he toddled right back over to me. I lifted him up, and stood. Each of them laid their heads on my shoulder, and put their thumbs in their mouths. She whispered they only do that when they're sick. But I can't find anything wrong. We walked down to the dining hall, where Maxwell and Ethan immediately grabbed their high chairs. But neither one wanted to leave my lap. I wasn't complaining. Camille fixed us each a plate of food. She took Lucas. And we each fed our sons. It almost felt like a complete family. And I found myself wanting to make it a reality. I want to push her. But I am also rapidly reaching a point that she's all I think about. I fucked up, so bad. I pray, every night, to the goddess for her forgiveness. I looked over and quietly said with them calling me Daddy, now. I will need to explain who they are to the pack. She sighed and nodded. As long as they all understand I won't be pressured into accepting you. I smile and tell her I wouldn't do that to you. But I do want you to know, I accept you. A hush fell over the entire dining room. Another piece of our bond snapped into place. She gasped and I felt an insane surge of energy pass through my body. What the hell was that? I asked her if she felt it. She nodded. Maxwell was staring at us. What the fuck just happened? A wave of power just flushed through all of us. Have the 2 of you decided to move forward with mating? I shook my head and said all I did was tell her I accepted her. He said no. That's not all. Something shifted. Cammy, I know you are a healer. But what else are you? She shook her head. Looking around the pack, she whispered not here. And now I'm worried. Is she a hybrid? And I didn't know? What's going on? I stood up and laid Noah's head on my shoulder. I clanked a knife on my glass and said loudly, White Satin, I know you are curious about the twin boys you've seen all day. They are my sons. The one I am holding is the oldest. The one on his mother's lap is 3 minutes younger. Their mother, Camille Ward, is my true mate. We met over 2 years ago, and I did the unthinkable. I mated her. And deserted her. I don't deserve her. But I will fight with everything I have to gain her forgiveness. And make her our Luna. Everyone started clapping and talking at once. She looked up and said both boys are back to sleep. Do we have baby monitors? I want them to be comfortable. But I need to keep an eye on them. I nodded and looked at Ethan. He grins on it. We'll have it set up in 20 minutes. Camille asked, how did you know Noah is oldest? Or that Lucas came 3 minutes after him? I never told you that. I sat and thought about it. I asked Ronan. But all he said was it just popped in our head. I replied I'm not sure. I didn't even realize I said it. But, it feels like it's something I have always known. This is so confusing. I feel different. Stronger. More powerful. I can't explain it. She agrees and responded once we get the boys down, we will talk. You've accepted me. And, if I am honest with myself, I know I will accept you. I just have to work past my anger. And my hurt. I feel sadness in my chest knowing I am the cause of both her anger and her pain. I tell her I really am so sorry, Camille. I was stupid. I had made up my mind about the mate bond, at such a young age. I was 14. Too young to be making choices that would affect my life forever. I will never do anything to hurt you again. I want to be with you. She smiles and says one day at a time, Liam. Let us get our sons in bed. This has been a good day. And it's going to be even better, once I beat a bitch. I laughed and said you're a little too eager to get your hands on Brianna. She shrugs. Brianna and her little posse were my biggest tormentors in school. I wasn't a warrior, back then. Being a healer, causes conflicting emotions when we get angry. I had to mentally train myself to not heal the people I sparred with. It is my nature to not cause harm. It made me a target for the mean girls and the bullies. Then she smirked. I changed all that. Someone told me I would need protection. Therefore, I was a weakness. Now. I am not. I can protect myself. And I am anything but weak. I whispered I'm sorry. She grinned and said I just told you that to make you feel guilty, you know. I laughed, telling her yeah. I figured that out. I might as well get used to the little digs. I have a feeling you're going to be doing that often. At least, until you can find a way to forgive me. After situating the boys in bed. And bringing the monitor with us, we went to the cells. Maxwell was waiting for us, as we walked in. We could hear Brianna screaming and calling every one of us some not-so-flattering names. Go figure. Camille marched straight to Brianna's cell and said shut the fuck up. You are in enough trouble for hitting my son. For betraying this pack. I doubt you are capable of digging yourself out of this hole. That shut her up. Her face drained of color and she stammered I don't know what you mean. Camille sneers sure you don't. I sincerely hope you have a high pain tolerance. Because I am going to enjoy snapping bones, until you decide to tell the truth. Brianna shivered. Liam? You aren't going to let her hurt me. Are you? I laughed and told her actually, I was the one who suggested it. You hurt a mama wolf-ass pup. It's her right to punish you, however she sees fit. Camille yanked her out of the cell, and threw her into the interrogation room. She grins right. Let us get started, shall we? I sat down across the table from Brianna. I sat and stared. Didn't he say a word? Just looked directly at her face. She, on the other hand, looked everywhere but at me. I just bided my time. She was going to freak out, shortly. Being stared at is unnerving. After 5 minutes, she boasts you can torture me all you want. I have nothing to say. I shrugged. And continued staring. She snaps you should teach your kid some manners. He was lucky it was me he ran into. Someone else might have snapped his neck. I still just sat there. I reached over and yanked her hand to me. Holding it in place with one hand around her wrist. I held her little finger in the other. Still looking at her face. Then, I spoke. Tell me why there are listening devices in your Alpha's office. In his conference room. In his bedroom. And just you. By the way. She was silent. I smiled evilly. Every time you don't answer a question, I will break a bone. So, again, why are there listening devices in your Alpha's office? She lifted her eyes to glare at Liam. Saying nothing. I snapped the bone in her little finger. She screamed, you bitch. I grinned and took her ring finger in my hand. This went on for 4 fingers when she cried okay. Okay. I get paid for it. I don't know who. I was offered a way to make some extra cash about 3 months ago. Some guy came into the boutique where I work. I said tell us the whole story. Don't leave anything out. Or the next bones I break will take longer to heal. She growled at me, and I slapped her. Backhanded. Her head rocked to the side. And blood trickled from her lip. I grinned and said hurts. Doesn't it? Imagine what it felt like to a tiny 2-year-old. Start talking. She whined. Liam, why are you letting her do this to me? After everything we have been to each other? He snarled. Brianna, you have been nothing to me. Merely a scratch for my itch. It's just dawned on me that it was right at 3 months ago you started throwing yourself at me. I hadn't ever even noticed you before. I laughed at him. Damn, dude. She seduced you to spy on you. I didn't realize she was that smart. Devious. Sure. But. Smart? That surprises me. Last time I will say it, Brianna. Start talking. And stop stalling. She sneered. Fine. Like I said, a man came into the boutique. Offered me $200 a day. To record conversations and drop them on a flash drive. He gave me an address to send them to. And when they received the drive, they deposited the money into a bank account I opened, in my mother's name. I don't know the man's name. And I don't know why he wanted to know what was going on in our pack house. You can break every bone in my body. I still couldn't tell you what I don't know. I said, where did you get the listening devices? She answered, he gave me 10 of them. I put them in the rooms he told me to. I nodded and then asked, have you seen him again? She stuttered out a no. Which indicated she was lying. I grinned again. You're an idiot. You may as well tell Liam everything you know. You were already guilty of treason the second you agreed to take money for planting bugs. You became a traitor. I would wager he's weighing in on the side of execution. If it was me, I would execute you publicly. Make an example of you. You have lived in this pack your whole life. You know the reputation of your alpha. You know the other alphas refer to him as the alpha death. Yet, you choose to betray him. You chose to betray your pack. You chose to desecrate your family's legacy. Whatever will your mother say? Shall we ask her? She screamed, stay away from my mother. I did this for her. She's not well. I needed money for medicine. Liam looks at her and tells her, I will be talking to your mother. She seemed fine at dinner. Although she did ask if I had seen you. He looks at me and says Ethan and Maxwell are done searching her things. He is unlocking her phone as we speak. Shall we go and check out what they've found? We can come back and question her again. After all, she's not leaving the cells. It's not like we don't know where to find her. We got to the office and the guys were waiting. There was an entire box of things they had confiscated from her room. Ethan had her phone plugged into his laptop and was breaking code on it. In the box was a bank book. 2 journals. A small box with flash drives. Her tablet and a laptop. The bank book showed nearly $18,000. I picked up one of the journals, and Maxwell reached for it. Saying, Luna. Don't. She has written detailed descriptions of her escapades with the alpha in these. I threw it and shuddered, just www. Ethan growled and said, I can't get this phone unlocked. She has a pretty secure passcode. I have run everything to do with her to try and open it. I smiled and smirked. Try Liam's birthday. Or the day of their first date. Or even the first day they fucked. The passcode will be a date of something significant to her. Grabbing a journal, he flipped through it until he found the dates I mentioned. He tried several until he was granted access. He jumped up and grabbed me, swinging me around. He kissed my forehead, you little genius. And Ronan growled. Leaving Liam to apologize. Which caused us to laugh. Ethan sat down and started going through the phone. He tells us the passcode was the first time Liam had sex with her. Again. You. He whispered. Alpha. She has video on here of the times you were with her. The quality sucks. But the audio is clear. And it's obvious it is you. By the tattoos. There is also audio of conversations in the dining hall. Between you and other alphas. A shit ton of nude photos. Both you and her. Mostly her. I said just get through it. Look for text messages. Check her call logs. Any unknown number. Any repetitive number. And any text she sent out with her nude pics. Just stop with the commentary. I'm not comfortable with it. The monitor alerted the boys were stirring. I excused myself. saying they seldom wake in the night, so they must be feeling bad, again. Liam asked me if I needed his help. I shook my head and told him I will let you know, if I can't get them resettled. Liam. Once she was gone, Ethan said, I'm sorry, bro. I didn't even think when I started talking about what was on the phone. I sighed, pinched the bridge of my nose and responded, no need to apologize. It's my own fault. I have been so stupid. The mate bond is no joke. My entire being yearns just to be in her presence. And she struggles to be in mine. I really hurt her. And how can I expect her to forgive me when I can't even forgive myself? Maxwell tells me be patient. Let the bond do what the bond is supposed to do. Her wolf will push her in your direction. It will be okay. I grimace. I hope you're right. Because it's not only Ronan who needs her. It's me too. I am falling in love with her. Every minute. Everything about her attracts me. Her voice. Her laugh. The way she loves our sons. How she jumps in to defend anyone she thinks is being wronged. The fact she can handle herself in a fight. Even the way she interrogated Brianna turned me on. Fuck. Ethan whines, yuck, bro. Just tea, am I okay? Too much information. Gross. And we laughed at him. I stood up and told them I was going to check on Camille and the boys. Then heading to bed. Liam's POV. I stepped into my room and was walking to the boys' bedroom door when I heard them ask Mommy, tell us a story. Please. She giggled and said okay. One story. Which one? Together, they said the one about the moon's heart. She giggled again and told them I should have put money on it. She got them both settled and sat between their beds. She began talking, in a voice as soothing and calm as I had ever heard. I settled myself on my own floor. Just inside the door of my room. Long ago, there lived a great alpha. This alpha loved his mate, above all things. They struggled for many years to start a family of their own. Laura, the alpha's mate, finally found herself expecting a baby. After many months of struggling through the pregnancy, she finally gave birth to a beautiful baby boy. They named him Oliver. And he was their pride and joy. They agreed to raise him to be as great a man as his father. Oliver grew like a little weed. He was smart and funny. He was respectful and kind. Loving and giving. One day, shortly after Oliver's first birthday, Laura found she was pregnant, once more. In her first month, Laura realized something was very wrong. She felt ill, all the time. She was in pain. The alpha, Daniel, took her to the doctor and they were told the new baby was not going to survive. Complications were keeping her from developing properly. The parents were devastated. The doctor wanted Laura to end the pregnancy, but she refused. She was determined to do whatever it took to save her baby girl. She visited witches. She spoke to the pack's elders. Consulted other she-wolves with similar conditions. And she prayed. Every night, she begged the moon goddess to save her child. One particular night. A night that had Laura in such pain all she could do was weep. She prayed to the goddess again. She prayed harder and louder than ever before. When she had all but given up hope, a warm light infused her bedroom. And a sweet voice told her, I have heard your prayers, sweet Laura. I am going to grant your wish. Because this little girl has a special purpose. The goddess laid her hands on Laura's tummy and whispered, rest easy, little one. You are safe. You are healthy. You are my precious child, and I give you my heart. Then she kissed Laura's tummy and was gone. The very next day, a beautiful baby girl was born. On the exact same day as her older brother's birthday. Her family kept the fact of the goddess's blessing a secret. In fear of someone wanting to take their baby. She grew to be a healer. A good person whose sole purpose is to help others. Now, my handsome boys, we remember not to repeat this story, right? It's just a fairy tale. Both boys readily agreed to keep it a secret. Lucas asked, how does the moon goddess live? She gave her heart to the baby girl, right? And Camille giggled, she only gave the baby a piece of her heart. The goddess can't do that very often. But once in a while. On a blue moon, she gifts a piece to her chosen children. I sit. As still as a post. My mate is the heart of the moon. My mate. Is the heart of the moon. This is huge. I immediately link Maxwell and Ethan to get up and meet me in my office. I rush down to my office and slam my way in. Ethan is yawning and Maxwell is rubbing his eyes. Maxwell asks, what is it? Has something happened? What's wrong? I looked at him. Apparently, waking him late at night addles his brain. I laugh and say, I'm sorry, guys. I know it's late. But I have information that needs to be researched. Quick, fast, and in a hurry. I know what and where the heart of the moon is. Both of them sit gaping mouths. And Ethan sputters, what? Where? How did you find it? Where did you go? I thought you were going to bed? I shrugged. And told them I did. I went to my room. When I went to check on the boys, Camille was telling them what they believed to be a fairy tale. Isn't a tale. It was her life story. She is the heart of the moon. Maxwell asks, what? What does that even mean? How is it possible? Did she tell you about it? I shook my head no. Did you not hear me? She told the boys a fairy tale. About the heart of the moon. Maxwell groans then, how do you know it's supposed to be her? Help me out here. Damn. I need coffee. I laughed, telling him the family in the fairy tale are named Daniel, Laura, and their son, Oliver. Do you think that's a coincidence? Ethan looks at me, with his eyes bugging. You woke us up. From a sound sleep, mind you. To tell us Cammy made up a story to tell your sons and decided to use her family's names? It probably is just a coincidence. I growl out, is it a coincidence that Dark Woods is getting attacked by rogues? Looking for the heart of the moon? That the rogue we captured had information regarding that? Here's a thought. How about you start researching this first thing in the morning? Camille said the goddess doesn't give pieces of her heart away very often. But when it does happen, it's always on a blue moon. That may be a starting point. Maxwell asks, why don't we just ask Luna? She can tell us more than a book, right? Shaking my head, again, I tell him I can't ask her. She will know I eavesdropped on her. Plus, I don't think she knows much. Just that her healing powers are stronger than other healers. Ethan grumbles, if this is another wild chicken chase, I am not going to be happy. And someone is buying me breakfast. I laughed and said goose. He looks at me, with a stupefied look and asks what? I said it's a wild goose chase. Not chicken. He groans, I am not chicken. And why are you chasing a goose? If you don't even think it's worth looking for, why did you wake me up? Now, I'm confused. What is he talking about? Maxwell says he is better off going back to bed. It's like herding cats trying to get him to string two coherent thoughts together. When he is tired. I guess that makes sense. My toddlers are more cognizant than he is. And they are sleeping. I tell him, go to bed, Ethan. I woke up to two little monsters crawling all over me like I am a jungle gym. Lucas was trying to tickle me. And Noah was sticking a wet finger in my ear screaming, Wet Willy. I laughed. Grabbing them both. Blowing raspberries on their little tummies. To them squealing and giggling. Hearing a chuckle in the doorway, I squeaked and ran to the closet to throw some clothes on. I was only wearing boy shorts and a cami. I could hear the boys yelling, higher, Daddy. Throw me higher. And all three of their laughter filling the air. I walked back into the room in a hoodie and leggings. And my breath caught in my chest. Liam was shirtless, in a pair of sweatpants. His tattoos on full display. His sleepy smile showing his dimples. He really is a beautiful man. Damn. His head swiveled in my direction and he asked what? I shook my head, telling him seeing our boys so happy makes my heart smile. I regret not allowing them time with you before now. He whispers, don't do that. You are not to blame for any of this. The fault is mine. I am the one responsible. I will regret that for the rest of my life. And if you were to allow me, I will spend the rest of my life making it up to you. I walk over to him and wrap my arms around his waist. It is our first official touch. And the sparks are dancing across my skin. My heart flutters, and I realize I am starting to forgive him. I said we have a long way to go, Liam. But I, Camille Ward, accept you Alpha Liam Bennett, as my mate. Now and forever. As he repeated his acceptance of me, our bond snapped into place. An extreme rush of power and energy infused our bodies and the earth literally moved. He asked, "Did you feel that?" I silently nodded. Lost in my head. The boys ran into our legs, holding tight. Noah yells, "We aren't bastards no more. We have mommy and daddy together." Liam laughed, "Together, forever. My little man." I cupped the back of Luca's head as he looked up at me. His little love light shining in his eyes. Then he says, "I want pancakes and bacon," causing me to bust out laughing. I lift him up onto my hip and tell him, "Yes, monkey butt. Priorities. Food matters. Mommy will cook this morning." Both our boys yell yay and run for the door. Liam shouts, "I will be down to help in 5 minutes." I was mixing pancake batter and frying bacon by the time the kitchen staff showed up. The boys each grabbed a slice of bacon off the plate, and one of the girls whacked Noah's hand with a spatula. I slammed her head into the refrigerator door and snarled, "Were you not present yesterday when your alpha made the announcement?" Her eyes got huge and tried to start apologizing. I flipped out. "Don't bother fucking apologizing. This shit stops now. Let me guess. Once upon a time. The alpha fucked you, too. And, by the look on your face, I guessed correctly. What is your name? What is your fucking name?" She mumbles, "Lauren." I look at the twins. "Noah, go let daddy know mommy would like to speak with him." "Okie dokie, Pokey?" Liam says, "No need. Daddy is right here." He bent over, examining Noah's little fingers. When he raised his head and looked at Lauren, I said, "Damn girl. You're lucky that looks can't actually kill somebody." Liam growled, "Explain yourself, Lauren. You put hands on my son. You are an omega. Do you know what my mate could do to you?" Do not think for 1 second I would stop her. I looked at Liam and said, "I want to speak privately with you. But it will have to wait until the boys go down for a nap. I can't trust your pack members to not hurt them." I fixed plates of food for my sons and walked away. Getting them strapped into their high chairs, I hear Liam roar, "Pack meeting immediately after breakfast." Then he sat beside us, helping Lucas cut his pancake. I asked, "May I address your pack at the meeting?" He smiles, "Of course, they will be your pack, as well." I deadpanned, "Not if shit doesn't change." And right away, I went back to eating. But then pushed my plate away. I had lost my appetite. Liam leaned close to me. Whispered in my ear, "I am so sorry. Please let me make this right. Nothing like this will ever happen again. I swear to you." I am beyond irate. These women are going to learn. Today. They're fixing to find out they are biting off more than they can chew. Ethan volunteered to take the boys to the pond to catch minnows, so Liam and I can have a little talk. As soon as he closed the door, I said, "How many?" He asked, "How many what?" I sneered at him, "Do not do that. You don't get to play dumb. Not when you know what I am pissed about." He sighed and said, "4 more." I groaned and said, "Are you fucking serious? You couldn't decide if you wanted a mate. So instead, you plowed the whole field by yourself. How many are members of Brianna's posse?" He, at least, has the ability to look sheepish too. I will address this entire situation in a few minutes. I turned around and tell him no. I will address it. If I am to be Luna, eventually, I will start out the way I plan to continue. He grins now and says, "Absolutely, my Luna. Shall we go take control of this pack?" I said, "You handle the pack. The whores are mine." Liam stood on the platform in the backyard and addressed the pack. When I announced my sons and mate to the pack yesterday, what part of it was misunderstood? You have a grievance, now is the time to air it. Get it off your chest, today. My sons have been assaulted. Both days they have been here. They are babies. 2 years old. Mere toddlers. When did this pack become a bunch of assholes who abuse children? Help me out here. I admit to being quite curious. A woman in the back asks, "How do we know they are your pups?" You always said your mate will make us weak. And every one of the she-wolves in this pack believed you would choose one of them. He started to respond and I stopped him. I stepped in front of him. Holding his hand on my waist, "I am Liam's true mate. We met over 2 years ago. We mated, but never marked. He wasn't sure he wanted a mate. And I wasn't sure I was ready. I was only 16. I moved overseas to finish school and he stayed here, trying on different hats to see if he liked the fit better. Now obviously, none of those hats fit. And I am no longer a child. We have accepted each other. And are moving forward in our relationship. With our sons. Any one of you she-wolves who believe you are better suited for my mate is welcome to challenge me. Just be aware of the fact, when you lose. And you will lose. This pack is no longer your home. Liam hugged my back to his chest. He whispered, no one will challenge you. It is still my right to decide if I chose them. If by some miracle they won. I chuckled and told him, for someone who knows a lot of women. You know nothing about them. My naive mate. Liam's POV. I was shocked. Camille had no sooner accused me of being naive, that 5 women stepped out from the center of the pack. Fiona shouted, we challenge you. You are no different than us. We have the right to be Luna, too. Camille laughed and said, by challenging me, you realize that I choose the method, the form, and the order in which I fight you. Are you also aware that, should you lose, it is my choice what happens to you? And, did you know that even if you won, it is still Alpha's choice? Whether he accepts you, or not. He can choose to do with you what he wants. That is in the werewolf bylaws. He can accept you won the challenge. Then give you to the warriors as a pack slut. You were aware of all that, when you challenged me, right? I saw the women whispering amongst each other. And I thought they would back away from the challenge. Nope. Still naive, I reckon. Fiona smirks and says, we still challenge you. Camille looks at me and then, back at the crowd. Well. White satin. Today is the day you learn what your Luna is made of. After today. And heed my words. The next person to lay a hand on one of my sons will die. No questions asked. After today, there will be no more challenges for my title. I will simply kill you. Every single one of you have wanted to play hardball since I set foot in this territory. All I can say is careful what you wish for. She jumps off the platform to go inside. I presume to change clothes, but I'm not saying for sure. I'm still naive. I look out at my pack. Looking each one in the eye. And told them I have always put you first. Always protected, provided, and defended you. Right down to being willing to reject my goddess-given mate because I mistakenly believed a mate would weaken me. Weaken us, as a pack. But in accepting her, in choosing my true mate, I find myself disappointed in each and every one of you. I am ashamed of what I have done with the she-wolves in this pack. I am more ashamed of how my pack treated my mate and my sons. You are dismissed for 1 hour. Then you are to have your asses on the bleachers, in the arena. You will all bear witness to the humiliation of our pack. I hopped down and went in search of my mate and children. I found them all in Camille's room. She was braiding her hair tightly. And wrapped it in a bun. The boys were using her bed as a trampoline. Both singing Mommy-ass gonna whoop some ass over and over. Camille said butts, boys. You can say butt. Not ass. They both fell down on the bed laughing like she just said the funniest thing in the world. I looked over at her, and she grins. Yeah. I know. It's a game they play. They can't say big boy words. So I give them alternative words to use. They find it hysterical. Like shit. They are allowed to say shish kebab. Which, in itself is funny. They struggle with it. For fuck. They are allowed fudge. Or fork. Bitch is slag. And so on. We have made it a game. I pulled her into my arms and said I am so sorry. I wish I could go back and change what I did. I don't deserve you. But I promise to strive every day to be worthy. She sighed and responded, listen, Liam. I am in the process of forgiving you. I will never throw the other women in your face. I am certainly not going to make you pay for the rest of your life. I will also not allow those bitches think they run the show. And the boys yelled slags. I couldn't help it. I had to laugh when Camille rolled her eyes. We walked to the arena. Each with a toddler in our arms. They both started yelling for Ethan, as soon as we walked in. I kissed Camille's forehead. Asking, do you want me to address the pack, and announce the challenges? Shaking her head, she jumped the ropes of the ring and landed square in the middle. She loudly says the challenges are one-on-one. No wolfing out. No weapons. No tag teaming me. You won. Like how that ends. The fight is to submission. If you shift your hands to claws, I will kill you. If you pull a weapon, I will kill you. If you tag team, I will kill whoever is involved. Remember. White satin. I did not ask for this. Nor do I want it. I call Lauren as my first challenger. That is only because she thought it was her right to hit my son with a hot spatula. I watched all 5 of the girls. They were whispering and nodding. Seems like they worked out a plan. Not good. I stepped up to Camille and said, be careful, baby. They seem to think they have a plan. She laughed and whispered, of course, they do. They plan on all of them rushing me, as soon as my back is turned. More's the pity. I didn't want to kill anyone today. She turned back, just as Lauren stepped into the ring. Camille deliberately kept her back to the other 4. She was lulling them into a false sense of security. Lauren faked a left and Camille countered, knocking her out in one hit. She spun on the little group and said, bring it. You planned on bum rushing me. Let us not waste any more time. All 4 of them jumped into the ring, and I got nervous. I haven't really seen Camille spar. The fight at Oliver S. was over too quickly. I linked Maxwell to be ready to step in. We are not losing our Luna. Camille backed up a few steps and kept her eyes on Fiona. My smart girl. She knows to always watch the group leader. Fiona shot her eyes to her left, signaling to the girl farthest away from her. Camille never deviated. As soon as the girl lunged, Camille throat punched her. She sprung in the air and landed behind Fiona, saying, when you tag teamed me, you signed your own death warrant. As she snapped her neck, she looked at the 3 left standing and said, your choice. Your funeral. They all 3 knelt on one knee. She loudly asked, do you submit? They collectively said yes, Luna. She shook her head and asked why. Why would you force me to do this? Alpha is not your mate. Why would you try to take something not yours? What is wrong with this pack? You should all be ashamed. She jumped out of the ring and came straight to me. I wrapped my arms around her. And then I felt it. The dampness of her tears. My poor little healer is heartbroken. And I am pissed. I linked Maxwell to come hold his Luna. Once he had her, I stepped up into the ring. I addressed the pack, trying desperately not to let Ronan out. He was clawing at my brain. White satin. Today, you have disappointed me greatly. A little something you need to know about my Luna. She is the most powerful healer to have been seen in a century. Our pack will be blessed to have her. As a healer, it goes against her very nature to cause harm to another living being. Yet, today, this pack, my pack, forced her to do exactly that. Now her heart is broken and she is in tears. She is struggling to forgive me for the grief I caused her. After today, I know how she feels. I, myself, am struggling to forgive you. The 5 women who challenged my Luna are no longer part of my pack. Fiona is to be buried in Pauper's cemetery in town. The other 4 of you have 1 hour. Say your goodbyes and get gone. If you are still here in an hour, you are rogue and subject to death. I jumped out of the ring, just as a man yelled out, all due respect, Alpha. That's a little harsh. I turned and faced him. Frank, is it? You think it's a little harsh? Attacking my mate 4-on-1. That's harsh. Hitting babies. That's harsh. Things are going to change. Either you as a pack change with them, or you leave. My mate and my sons will never be disrespected again. What is it going to be, Frank? Stand down. Challenge me. Or be banished. Ain't nothing standing in your way, but air and opportunity. Make your choice. He sat back down. Liam and I are sitting in his office. And he pulls me into his lap. He says, remember when I accepted you? And we felt an energy shift? You said we would talk about it. Is there something I should know? I sighed and told him to get Maxwell and Ethan in here so I can get it all out at once. As soon as the guys were seated, I told them I am a healer. But I am more. I held my hand out and cupped it with the other. I let the warmth of my blood rush to my fingertips, uncovering my palm. I held a fireball. I tossed it up and snapped my fingers. It was gone. I stirred my finger in a glass of water, twirling it faster and faster until I had formed a little water spout. I let it rise up and over the desk. Then I froze it solid. I smiled. I can control the wind. Or the ground. This also happens. I sharpened my fingernail into a claw and sliced my palm. When my blood reached the surface of the wound, it was silver in color. Ethan yelped, "What the fuck? It's not supposed to do that. Why does it do that?" I laughed and tell them I don't know. There is a book about my kind. But Daddy has never been able to locate it. It was said to have been in the Kingdom's library. But that was before the monarchy was overthrown. My mama said my blood is silver because I am the heart of the moon. The blood of the goddess runs through my veins. Liam sat quietly. Maxwell asked, "Have you always known you are the heart?" I mean, who else knows? Besides your family? I shrugged, keeping an eye on Liam's reaction. My family, of course. The Beta and Gamma families. But, I have no doubt, like all secrets, there are rumors floating around out there. Liam finally asks, "How long have rogues been attacking your pack?" We need to set a timeline from the first attack. I scoffed and asked, "How do you plan on doing that?" There is no way of knowing when they started. Or if they were specifically targeted at obtaining the heart. And my parents were careful when I was younger. No one outside of our family knew. With the exception of Daddy's Beta. They involved the ranks when I reached 13. I guess we should talk to Daddy. The goddess spoke directly to Mama about me. But, still, I have very little information. He looks over at Ethan and says, "Ethan, we need you to go to the Athenaeum and look through the archival vault. Find that book on the heart of the moon. If it exists, that's where it will be." Ethan whined back at Liam, "That place gives me the creeps. I always hear weird-ass noises." Maxwell laughs, "Don't go down there, alone. That's just dumb. That vault door could swing shut. And it could be days before anyone knows you're missing." Ethan snarled at him, "Thanks, bro. Seriously. Really feeling the love?" Liam asks, "How many people have gotten a look at Alara? She is a distinctive wolf that would not go unnoticed." I sat thinking a minute. Not many people have seen her. You, of course. You are the first person to have seen her. I shifted in front of Oliver and Wesley. Even my dad hasn't seen her. And of course, the boys have. I suppose it's possible someone in Dunkirk Pack may have seen her, without my knowledge. But, my uncle is the only one aware of who I am over there. He nods and then asks, "Baby, I know you're heading home today. Would you mind if I come with you? Stay a few days so I can learn as much as I can." I agreed. Then I said, "If Ethan finds the book, which I am assuming you have the library from the kingdom, then perhaps my dad can help us with researching." Ethan stands. Saying, "Right. Let me start looking, then. Maybe I will get lucky and find it right away." Yeah. Right. My luck runs slower than molasses uphill. In January, I look at Liam and ask him, "Will you listen out for the boys? I can go help Ethan. Maybe, if I am there, the book will recognize me. My connection to the goddess might help." He nods. Saying, "Maxwell and I can take our paperwork to my room. That way I am close by, should they wake." I kissed his cheek and Ethan took my hand, leading me out. We went to the basement, and Ethan stepped over to a steel door with a keypad. He punched in a code, and then put his thumb on the base. The door buzzed loudly, and swung open. We walked down a long, dimly lit corridor. Until we came to another keypad. Just hanging out in the middle of a wall. He laid his entire palm on the keypad and a part of the wall fell away. To reveal another steel door. He leaned his face up to a small hole in the door. A green light shot from the hole, into his eye. That door swung open on a huge room. With thousands of books. And I groaned. He laughed. "It's overwhelming, I know. But the room we're going to only has a couple thousand books to go through. The sacred books of the kingdom." I asked, "Why are they here?" I mean, White Satin Pack must have been very important to have possession of such precious treasures. Ethan nods. And tells me Liam's great-grandfather was the kingdom's archivist. When the king realized being overthrown was a possibility, he had Alpha Bennett remove all crucial resources and secure them in a secret location. This is it. There are only 4 people who know this is here, including you. It's a family secret. We reached a huge steel door. Probably 8 inches thick. Ethan typed in a series of keystrokes, until an automated voice said, "Good afternoon, Gamma Ethan. You are cleared for entry," and that massive door swung open. Ethan told me to wait. He grabbed a heavy weight of some kind, and propped the door open. He grinned and said, "Maxwell scared me. Now all I can think about is getting trapped in here." I laughed at him and said, "Quite possibly, you should never come down here alone. At the very least, if you do, you should pack a backpack with non-perishable foods and bottles of water, just in case something like that happened." He laughed. "My best friend. Brains and beauty. How did I get so lucky?" Shaking my head, I called him a dork and said, "Let us get to looking." And we entered the vault. We started at the goddess's doctrines and edicts. My heart was telling me I will know the book. It will make its presence obvious. I don't know how I know. Just that I do. We moved through prophecies and legends. I found a huge tome on Darkwood's history. And another on the family Bennett. I asked Ethan, "Can we bring these books out of here? Like take them to my brother's pack?" He nodded and told me no one can know, outside of our circle, though. This vault has been kept secret for a couple hundred years. Fey technology keeps it hidden from anyone not aware of it. As soon as I rounded a particularly tall shelf, in a darkened corner, I noticed a slight glow. I called Ethan over to me and asked, "Do you see that glow? That little blue light, coming from the top shelf?" He shakes his head, saying, "No, it's just dark." I disagreed and pulled the sliding ladder over. I began to climb towards the glow. A book, tightly wedged between the wall and another book, spoke to me. Literally, whispered into my brain, "I am what you seek." Liam's POV. I was in Camille's truck, with her and the boys. Ethan behind us. Maxwell stayed home, because I don't trust the pack on their own anymore. They have seemed to simply disregard the rules of the pack, and just do their own thing. They are definitely not going to be happy with the changes that are coming. And I wasn't joking when I told them they can leave. This dissension will end. I asked Camille, "The book actually spoke to you?" Nodding her head, she tells me it whispered in my brain. Clear as day. It glowed first. That's what led me to it. But Ethan said he didn't see any glow, at all. I swear it did. A faint blue light. I chuckled. "I believe you, love. You and Ethan were gone less than an hour. What are the odds you'd find it that quickly? Unless it called to you?" It actually makes sense, in a mystical kind of way. She smiles and laces her fingers with mine. Such a simple gesture that immediately soothes me. This mate bond amazes me every day. And every day, I kick myself for not believing in it. Noah asked, "Are we there yet?" While Lucas tells him, "If we there, we not still be riding in our seat." Logical. I glance back at them and their little hands are laced together like mine and Camille's. My heart just melts. Daniel and Oliver meet us at the door when we arrived. Well, not us, as much as the twins. Camille laughs and says, "Yeah. You get used to it. The boys are automatically their priority." I have felt like chopped liver more often than I care to think about, since I came home. It was getting close to dinner time, so Oliver suggested we wait until after that to discuss the book. I told him about my pack house being bugged. And how we are still sifting through what information was leaked already. He looked at Grant and said, "Do another sweep." We haven't checked in a while. We were all sitting around the dining table, and I was watching Noah and Lucas running between Oliver and Daniel, whispering something in their ears. Then Daniel would tell what Lucas said. Lucas likes peanut butter in his underwear, causing both boys to break down in huge giggles. Then Oliver said Noah keeps shutters under the chair, causing even more uproarious giggling. I asked Camille what the hell. She said it's a game they made up together. They each whisper the same thing to different people. And see what they heard. "Boys, what did you actually say?" They both say, at the same time. "I clean gutters for bus fare," and we all laughed. Daniel said that wasn't what I heard at all, making Camille laugh harder. I noticed that boy, Mason, walk up to Noah and asked could he play. And my sons. Each one took a hand and led him over to the toys in the corner. Camille leans over and whispers they are healers. They forgive without hesitation. Didn't he stop me from keeping an eye on that boy, though? Camille stood to help clear the table. And help in the kitchen. She smirks at me. Your turn to bathe our monkeys. Oh. And good luck with that. She walked away laughing. I mean, how hard can it be? After 20 minutes, I finally had them hemmed up in the bathroom, running the tub of water. Lucas asked for bubbles. And Noah said Mommy always lets us have bubbles. So I ransacked the cabinets and found a box of something called Mr. Bubbles. I poured it in the tub. And turned to put it away, just as they both yelled cannonball and a deluge of water soaked my jeans and shoes. I got the water dried up, while the boys played. When it was time to get out, I pulled the plug and lifted them both out. I wrapped them in their little hooded towels, leading them to their room to get into pajamas. I had barely gotten underwear on Lucas, when Noah took off out the door, yelling he was Superman. Using his towel as his cape. Naked as the day he was born. I took off after him. Just as I snatched him up, Lucas ran past me screaming cowabunga and I tore off after him. Camille had just stopped at the top of the stairs, not even bothering to hide her laughter. I sigh, exasperated. I told her I am exhausted. They run around like chickens with their heads cut off, and catching them is impossible. She laughed again. Shaking her head. She said, boys. Get in your room and into your pajamas now. Stop tormenting your dad. They quietly walked into the bedroom and within 5 minutes, they were dressed. Teeth brushed. And lying in bed. How does she do that? They both looked at me and asked, Daddy? Will you read us a story tonight? Like I will ever turn that down. Camille handed me a book and told me to meet her in Oliver's office once I was done. I sat down and started to read. They were both sound asleep by the 4th page. I kissed both their little heads and walked to the office. Daniel looks up as I walk in, and pours me a glass of whiskey. He says, sit. Let me tell you about our heart. When Laura found out we were pregnant with a little girl, there wasn't a happier she-wolf on the planet. 8 weeks before she was due. The doc discovered she wasn't growing properly. He diagnosed a congenital heart condition. Telling us our baby wouldn't survive birth. Laura was beside herself. She refused to give up. She tried everything. Witches. Fairy medicine. And she prayed. Every night. She prayed. Oliver said she was like that, though. So determined. In every aspect of our lives. Daniel nodded. With a sad smile on his face. He continued the night before Camille was born. The goddess appeared before us. She told us she had heard every plea. Every prayer. For all intents and purposes, Camille's little heart had all but stopped beating. Celeste leaned over Laura's belly and whispered, you are a special little one. And for that, I bless you with a piece of my heart. Then she kissed Laura's baby bump. It began to shine. Like a beam of light. Lit from the inside. And we could see the baby clearly. Her heart was glowing in her chest. Beating so fast. So strong. The moon goddess looked at us and said, protect her. She is important to my wolves. She bears the heart of the moon. Oliver grinned and said, and the rest is history. I asked who knows about this. Or who might have known. This rogue king is looking for the heart. And our intelligence on him is sketchy, at best. Oliver replies, we have never discussed Camille's gifts outside of our inner circle. Wesley's dad knows. Because he was Dad's beta. Grant has no surviving family, except us. So, as far as Dark Woods is concerned, only 6 of us know. That's including Camille, herself. Cammy, did you ever discuss it, while at Uncle Declan Pack? She looked up from the book, and shook her head. I never even shifted where anyone could see me. I spoke very little while there. There was a guy named Gavin. Who made me extremely uncomfortable. Always saying inappropriate things. Touching me. Uncle Declan banished him for treason, at one point. After that, smooth sailing. I simply trained and took classes on gifts of the moon. But, even those were private. Just me. And my tutor. I asked, what was the tutor's name, love? She responded with Owen McCarthy. I looked at Ethan and he linked on it knowing I wanted background on this tutor. I was rapidly becoming suspicious of everyone she's ever been in contact with. I linked Ethan to run down this Gavin character. I don't know if he was just trying to flirt. Or if he had some ulterior motives for accosting Camille. I know one thing for certain. I'm taking no chances with her safety. I listened to the chatter around me. Knowing they would run every scenario they can think of, through the group, until they figure out what the Rogue King's ultimate goal might be. Liam asked my dad, did the goddess tell you why her blood is silver? That seems so odd to me. How can she survive with silver blood? Daddy laughs and tells him she survives very well with it, obviously. Doc ran a million tests on it. It consists of exactly the same genetic profile as our red blood, with 2 distinct differences. He discovered that mixing a drop of her blood into a topical ointment will heal nearly any injury, without scarring. However, ingesting even 1 drop of her blood will make you very sick. He believes her blood will kill any being not of her pack that is unfortunate enough to bite her. I look up from the book. What the fuck? Why was I never told any of that? Why don't I remember? How will Liam mark me, then? My blood will kill him. How the fuck is that fair? Liam lifted me off the sofa, and sat with me in his lap. Shoo, baby. I am positive that doesn't apply to mates. The goddess wouldn't make your blood toxic to me. We are going to mark each other, without incident. I promise. I was having none of it. I wanted answers. I asked Daddy, which doctor was it? I want to see my file. I need to read what the tests determined. When I saw my father start shaking his head, my stomach tightened in dread. The doctor disappeared in the night, nearly a week after you left for Ireland. Liam jumped as I leaped to my feet, running for the infirmary. I went directly to the records room. I looked through the file cabinets, looking for my records. There wasn't a file on me. At all. I sat down and logged into the computer. No information. Walking back into the office, I looked at Oliver. Looks like we may have uncovered a traitor. I found no records regarding me. Nothing. Even the computer is devoid of files. He looked at Grant. Get to the infirmary. See what you can recover from deleted files on that hard drive. Now. He and Ethan both jumped up and left. Liam looks at my dad and asks, were you not at all suspicious when the doctor disappeared? When I asked who knew about Camille, you didn't mention the doctor. May I know why? I looked at Daddy and wondered why he didn't mention it, too. This was a pretty crucial piece of information, in my eyes. He cleared his throat, saying honestly, I had forgotten about it. He ran those tests on a 2-year-old. It never occurred to me that he could be a traitor. Who receives that kind of information, then just sits on it for 14 years? Liam sighs, exasperatedly, someone who already relayed the information to whomever he works with. Then remained a pack member to continue spying? I don't know, but I doubt he sat on the information. I would put money on him releasing the information, as each test confirmed his diagnosis. Before you ever thought of issuing command. Daddy leans his head into his hands. And I rub his back. What's done is done. I think we need to start digging into the doctor's background. What pack he grew up in. Where he went to school. All his family. Any friends. Wesley. You and Maxwell start on that. Maybe we will find a clue. Or 10? I walk back over to Liam and sit down. If this rogue king believes the myth about eating my heart, then he would die. If the doctor betrayed us and is actually working for the rogue king, then he knows that it's not possible. That makes me wonder, is the doctor working on a way to make my heart edible? Like, I don't know, an antidote or something? Oliver smirks. Well, there's a question you don't hear every day. What bothers me most about it is their logical questions. As bizarre as they sound, they make perfect sense to me. Grant walks in, Ethan following. He is carrying the computer tower from the infirmary, hooking it up to Oliver's monitor. He let it boot up. I found 4 files. Deleted from the hard drive, but still on the mainframe. Apparently, the doctor was unaware of our system's automated backup system. At midnight, every night, our system backs up every computer on our servers. The infirmary being the first one. The problem. All the files are encrypted. So, it will be time-consuming to break it. Oliver suggests while working on breaking the code, I want you to run down all the information you can on the doctor. His name is Ezra Mercer. I pulled his employee file when we started suspecting him. He was born in Grizzly Mountain Pack in Colorado. Attended the Shifter University in Denver. Was mateless while he was here. At least, his mate wasn't with him. He lived off Pack. In a 2-bedroom house in town. Everything else is nondescript. He didn't fill out any information about family. In the file notes. The interviewer wrote the reason he gave for leaving it blank was his family no longer existed. Obviously, he wasn't properly vetted. I am hoping the reason for that is the interviewer was just lazy. And not involved in any conspiracy. I said, is the original interviewer still here? Daddy, did you not approve any new members? Or Pack hires? He nodded and replied, of course, I did. The interviewer is a close Pack member. She has been handling new hires for 20 years. The doctor readily pledged and swore fealty to Dark Woods. Maybe call Ruth in here and ask about the interview? Oliver agreed. But said it will wait until tomorrow. I told everyone I was heading to my room to read the Moon-S Heart book. And relax a while. Liam asked if I could show him to his room, and I took his hand. Pulling him from the sofa. Once we were outside his room, he pulled me into his arms and kissed the top of my head. Don't worry, my love. We will find this rogue king. And I will kill him. I am called the devil for a reason. I left him and went to my room. After a hot shower, I laid down, and opened the book to where I left off. I learned I am the third she-wolf to carry the heart. The other 2 were hunted and persecuted every day of their short lives. The first one was killed when her entire pack was wiped out by rogues. She was only 12. The second was executed by the council after fabricated evidence showed she was practicing the dark arts. It was later proven she was innocent. She was 16. I felt tears streaming down my face. My heart broken for my moon sisters. I send a prayer to the goddess for the safekeeping of their souls. I thank her for my parents. And the protection I have taken for granted my entire life. I am alive now. Because my parents were so cautious. I continued reading, learning everything about my gifts. I also found that while we are all creatures of the moon, I am the moonchild. And my children will be the children of the moon. Just as my eyes were feeling heavy. And my body, relaxing into sleep. I felt it. Before I saw her. She appeared in the room. A gossamer apparition, and she knelt beside my bed. She took my hand and kissed the back of it. I smiled at the feeling of pure love that engulfed my body. She whispered, you know me. Your heart recognizes I am your heavenly mother. As my child, you represent me here on this plane. Now, sleep. While I teach you what you need to know. My eyes closed of their own volition, and I entered a sleep realm of warmth and beauty. Standing in the center of a flowered meadow, was my earthly mother. Third-person SPOV. Laura stood in the meadow. Watching her precious girl run toward her. She opened her arms wide to receive her. Camille wrapped her arms around Laura's waist, while they stood. Savoring the touch of each other. Celeste was off to one side, watching the reunion with a soft smile on her face. After a time, she clapped her hands and said, join me, girls. We have a lot of information to cover before the dawn. All 3 sat on a blanket in the middle of the meadow, while the moon shone brightest over their heads. Camille refused to release her mom's hand. Even when Celeste took her other hand into her own. Celeste smiled and said, pay close attention, my child. You will understand why I chose you as my own. Your parents knew you would not survive. Laura understood that you were her last child, and her heart was shattered that you would never be allowed to grow. And know what unconditional love is. She pleaded with me. Begged for a miracle. As a goddess, I am no longer allowed to interfere with earthly happenings. I desperately wanted to grant your parents their wish. And save you. I could not. But I watched you, in the womb. I monitored everything about you. And I had to be with you, the exact moment your heart stopped. When the last little beat was heard, I infused your body with my essence. Leaving a piece of my heart behind. within your chest, so that you would live. Daniel and Laura are your earthly parents. But you carry the life of a goddess within your veins. Essentially, my child. Camille asked, I died? I literally died? Laura nodded and said, yes, baby. The only way to save you was for Celeste to become your celestial mother. I knew this. I agreed to it. Without hesitation. It meant Daddy and I could raise our little girl. I was prepared to make a deal with the devil, Cammy. I loved you too much to survive without you. Camille smiled. Mama, I understand. I would have done the same. I am grateful you didn't give up on me. Celeste tugged Camille's hand and said, I need you to focus, daughter. Everything I do has a purpose. As soon as you were born, I mated you to Liam. His birth had been heralded for an entire generation. He is stronger. More cunning than any living alpha. Not since the king has such strength been born. I have spent a while being sorely disappointed in him, but it seems his head is finally screwing on straight. Your gifts will be fully enhanced once you are marked. It has to happen the same time as mating. He cannot mark you at your Luna ceremony, it must be before. There is a reason for that. Things are in play that would prevent his mark at the ceremony. I cannot change that. Because I am not allowed to interfere with fate. The difference between fate and destiny is the journey. Liam was always your fated mate. But being able to mate and mark each other has been your destiny. Everything that happened up to this point has been your journey. You have already been in contact with the people who will betray you. As well as the ones who already have. They all have ties to the Rogue King. Once you realize who these people are, the puzzle pieces will start to fall into place. Unfortunately, I can't tell you who these people are. The three sisters of fate would go to Zeus. And I would be no more. While I am always allowed to see what is going to happen, I am powerless to intervene. This Rogue King, self-proclaimed, I might add, has decided you must be his mate. I cannot tell you who he is. Or where he is. That's considered altering fate. The traitors you are beginning to uncover have been in place a long time. This plan has been in the works for a century. You will discover that all things are relative, there are no coincidences. Even family ties not necessarily yours, but not necessary not yours either. In order to prevent the eventuality of this individual taking over all wolves, we had to make certain you reached maturity. I am aware of the events that will follow your marking and mating. I am not allowed to tell you, however. Unfortunately, the traitors I refer to have worked many years on this betrayal. It started in the era of your grandparents. The fact you are the heart was not a planned event. Your mating to the alpha of white satin was a conscious decision. Inasmuch as that is the way fate played its hand. Liam is called the devil. The reason is, if you cross him, betray him, harm someone he loves, he will come for you. And he brings hell with him. Once you are marked and mated, his power will increase. He will become the strongest alpha ever seen. His enemies are aware of this. It is in the book of legends. The one in his office. Even he doesn't know the strength he will possess. I want you each to understand, you are better together. Stronger. Invincible. First, though, you have to forgive him. With your whole heart. You have to believe he has accepted you, completely. Before you can feel secure in your marking. The silver in your blood is a direct result of me. Your children will carry it, as well. Though not as prominent as yours. They will be healers. Your daughters will be white wolves. While your sons are dark. Like their father. Their wolves will appear at a young age, unlike average wolves. They will, however, carry the markings of the goddess. Just as Alara does. Laura said it's nearly morning, and you will be waking, soon. Finish reading the book. We will come again to answer all your questions. I love you. So very much, my moon. Tell your daddy and brother I love them. I miss them every day. I will be waiting, but for now, I am just watching. Celeste turned to Camille and told her the attacks that are coming will be vicious. Warn your mate and your brother to watch for the signs. The Rogue King has begun recruiting. And eyes and ears are all around you. Reevaluate the transfers of the past several years. Accept no new transfers. Until the rogue is vanquished. As soon as I showered, I went in search of Liam. I wanted him to know what the goddess had told me. He was in the boys' room again, reading a book. He smiled. "Good morning, Mama. We didn't want to wake you. I got them dressed by myself." Looking at my sons, I simply nodded and let him know I appreciated it. Both boys didn't match. Lucas had a yellow floral shirt on with plaid shorts, while Noah was wearing a flannel shirt and camouflage pants. I giggled and asked, "They picked their outfits?" And all three faces lit up in identical grins, nodding. I laughed. How adorable are these men of mine? After breakfast, I dropped the boys at daycare, and we all met in the conference room. Ruth was brought in, looking nervous. My dad told her to relax. She wasn't in trouble. She half smiled and asked why she was summoned. Liam smiled at her. He introduced himself, letting her know he was my mate and he just wanted to ask her a few questions about Dr. Mercer. She had a look of confusion on her face. She said, "I don't understand." He was a nice man, knowledgeable. He told me his family was wiped out by rogues and he needed a change. So he applied to our ad. We needed a pack doctor and his credentials were all in order. Liam nodded and said, "All of that makes sense." My questions lie in why his family history was left blank. Nothing about his previous history from his old pack. Was there a specific reason that information was never pursued? She sat thinking and then she said, "I remember now." In the middle of the interview, he started crying hysterically about his family. I asked him to take a moment and compose himself, that we would address the rest of the application later in the day. I never had the opportunity. That was the day we all thought there was an imminent rogue attack. Everyone was sent to the bunkers, only to find out the attack was only 20 people requesting asylum. I was set the task of vetting them, which took approximately 3 days. To my shame, I honestly forgot to complete Dr. Mercer interview. Daddy looked at Liam, then said to Ruth, "It was an honest mistake, Ruth. Everything is fine. You may go." Once she was gone, I said, "Okay. We have the tutor, and the doctor. Ezra. Is Uncle Declan suspect? Brianna and her rogue buddy. Who else? Because the goddess came to me last night, and she said something about the traitors we are uncovering." Everyone in the room said what, at the same time. I smiled and said, "Now that I have your attention. Daddy, I saw Mama. She said to tell you and Oliver how much she loves you. That she is always watching over us and how proud she is of you." My dad teared up and said, "She is okay. She is happy?" I nod at him and tell him I believe she is. She misses us, but she knew it was her time. Oliver smiled and told me he was happy I got to see her. I told them everything the goddess told me, even about my children. Liam asks, "Noah's blood wasn't silver when he had that bloody nose?" I shrugged and said all she said about it was my children would carry it. So I don't know if there is simply silver mixed in their blood, or if it will turn silver at a later date. Liam says, "Maxwell, you and Ethan go over any and all transfers we have had over the last several years. Wasn't Laura a transfer with her family when we were kids?" Maxwell said, "I believe they were. But her father died about 10 years ago in a rogue attack. So, if he was a traitor, why would he fight for our pack?" I shrugged. I think we need to read the Book of Legends in Liam's office. It has his detailed history. So maybe that's a starting point. Daddy, we need to go over our transfers, as well. The goddess said this has been in play for a century, at least. I am the third heart that she has borne. The other two were assassinated before reaching adulthood. Daddy said, "I thought we were being cautious. I honestly believed we had our bases covered. Yet still, information leaked. I believe we have to move forward, with the understanding we have traitors in our midst. We have taken precautions here, with security cameras all along our borders. The bunkers are manned 24/7 now. Cameras in all common areas of the pack. Oliver, anything else we can do?" Oliver nods. "If we are assuming correctly, Liam, you and Camille will be having a Luna ceremony, soon enough. So we should concentrate on securing your pack, as well. I know Grant has your bunkers almost completed on the borders." Liam responded, "The Luna ceremony will not take place until Camille can completely forgive me. Then, and only then, will we move forward." And I said yeah. About that. The goddess informed me that you and I have to mate and mark before then. She couldn't expound, just that there is something in the works to prevent that from happening at the ceremony. So she gave us permission to mate and mark before the actual ceremony on the full moon. He looks at me, eyes wide, and growls, "What? It is tradition. No Luna has been marked before her ceremony." Shrugging, I said she said it has to happen before. Whether we have a private ceremony and do it on a full moon or not, it has to happen before the official ceremony. I, for one, will not go against the goddess's dictates. He sighs and speaks slowly. I agree. I can also accept a private ceremony. But, only when you know you can accept me with a forgiving heart. I know it is a lot to ask. I smile and say I have forgiven you, Liam. I love you. To hold the past against you says more about me than it does you. He mutters, "You love me? You really love me? Oh my goddess. I love you so much. I will spend the rest of my life proving it to you." I said I have always loved you, Liam. I was disappointed in you. For not being the maid I was brought up believing you would be. For acting like an irresponsible douchebag. That made me angry. I understand the concept of sowing wild oats and all that shit. I just was unprepared for being some of the oats you needed to sow. That was before I fully understood how all-encompassing the mate bond can be. My soul forgave you. Every time. My head wanted to castrate you. I don't want to do that anymore. My head has accepted your reticence in accepting us, due to what you witnessed of the bond in your formative years. So, forgiveness is the natural follow-up to understanding. He grabbed me and kissed me. In front of everyone. And, somehow, it felt as intimate as anything I had ever experienced with him. Pulling back, he whispered, "Thank you. For not giving up. For believing in me. For allowing me the privilege of being your mate. I will never let you down, again. I promise you. I will love you forever." Liam's POV. We all decided to head back home to White Satin. Oliver and Daniel stayed at Dark Woods to go over all the transfers they had accepted over the past 20 years. It worries all of us that we have been accepting potential traders into our packs over the years. Arriving home, we immediately went to my office. Camille worked on settling the twins down for a nap, while Ethan was working on decryption of the Dr.'s files. Maxwell pulled the Book of Legends from the shelf and said, "We need to find what is written about you. There has to be a clue that will help us figure out the players in this whole thing." I nod. Saying hopefully. Camille was coming through the door, just as we heard a phone ringing. Looking around, we realized it was Brianna's phone. In a drawer of my desk. She grabbed it and hit ignore. She immediately sent a text to the number. "See, can't talk. AM with the alpha." Within minutes, a response came in. As we read it, I realized she is much more complicit than I realized. I am assuming this is where my naivete is most obvious. Have you made progress in that department? We need him to choose you ASAP. A lot hinges on the Luna ceremony. Camille looks up from the text. That bitch knows a hell of a lot more than she is saying. I underestimated her. Time to pay her another little visit. Maxwell looks at me and says, "Let me have a go at her. I will make her talk. Give me an hour, I am going to speak to her mother." Time for a little deception. He walked out and Camille asks, "What is he planning?" I don't want the mother hurt. She may be completely innocent. I said Brianna had the money put in an account in her mother's name. I'm not so sure she is innocent. We will wait for Maxwell to come back, before we decide how to proceed. Ethan looked up from his computer screen. Guys? The doctor forwarded all Cammie's medical files. All but the last record about what her blood can do. To a man named Nolan Blackwell. I sat up straight and asked, why did he not send the blood results? That would be the most important information, seems to me. And we need to run down this Blackwell guy. He is most likely a major player. Camille asks, do I respond to this guy? What do I tell him? I smile and tell her reply something innocuous. At least until we see what we can get out of Brianna. She responds. See, working on it. We left it at that and opened the Book of Legends, until we found the history of our pack. It began in the time of my second great-grandparents. We read about my ancestors being the kingdom archivists until my great-grandfather was tasked with the protection of the historical library. He had the vault constructed and protected by fey magic. When the kingdom fell, the actual library was destroyed, burned to the ground, and the entire royal family executed by rogues. They outnumbered the warriors of the kingdom by 3 to 1, destroying and annihilating everything and everyone in their path. Camille asked, why though? I find it hard to believe your family would have stood behind a corrupt regime. So why would the rogues attack? I smile sadly and tell her it was a different time. A different mindset. Wolves who didn't conform to the rules, who balked at tradition, were immediately ordered executed. They weren't banished or excommunicated. They were killed for questioning the laws that had been in place for hundreds of years. Instead of hearing the people, revising laws, the king did what every king before had done. He ordered them put down. People rebelled, left packs, left the kingdom, and became rogue. And what was known of rogues back then, everyone believed they were feral monsters, killing machines. Instead of realizing they just wanted to be acknowledged. Once the coup was over, and a council established, the laws were all revisited and rewritten, allowing rogues a choice of either becoming lone wolves with a pack affiliation, or the ones who refused that were simply outlaws. The kill-on-sight order remained intact. This thing we are facing now, I believe to be the result of that order. Still in place, to this day. It is why we vet anyone seeking refuge in our packs. But, make no mistake, only our pack and your home pack allow that. Everyone else still kill rogues. No questions asked. Camille asks, why though? If we are the only 2 packs accepting rogues, why are we being attacked? It seems ignorant. Like biting the hand that feeds you. Ethan chuckled. It's simple, really. They are attacking us to stop the rogues from seeking asylum. If they have nowhere to go, they remain under the control of this rogue king. He wants the heart. And that's the why we have to figure out. Camille replied, oh. That. Yeah. The goddess said he wants to force mark me. Doesn't he know it will kill him? My blood has nothing but negative effects on anyone not closely affiliated with me. Like our packs. Once Liam and I are marked, and I am accepted by the pack at my ceremony, they will all be immune to silver. Live longer. And be stronger. I softly said, baby, did you not think that important enough to let us know, in the meeting at Oliver S? She shrugged and grinned. I would have. But someone kissed me and I forgot my own damned name. I laughed. This minx. Camille continued reading the Book of Legends. When she squealed, here it is. Here is the passage about us. The devil will be mated to the heart. By the will of the moon. Their mating will bring about changes never before seen. Rogues will become a thing of the past. Acceptance is key. Interspecies mating will once again become possible. The devil and the heart will bring about a new era of love and prosperity, allowing equal rights to all aspects of the coming generations of wolves, hybrids, and individual species. This will only come to pass if the self-proclaimed rogue king is eliminated. He believes he holds the right to become king of wolves. I sat for a long while before finally saying, Ethan, find the name of the man who lead the rogues against the monarchy. I believe this rogue king may have ties to him. Maxwell comes back from speaking to Brianna's mother. He grins, saying the mother didn't he know about the bank account. She hasn't he been off pack territory since her mate died. And he was a rogue. Before they mated, he joined her pack. Summer Sky. But they were constantly harassed and persecuted. To the point, she convinced him to transfer packs when she was pregnant with Brianna. Camille asked, what's Brianna's last name? The rogue who contacted her may have done so because of her father? I grinned at her and pulled her into my lap. You are really very smart. My clever girl. After dinner, we bathed the boys and got them settled for the night. Before we headed to the cells to speak with Brianna. Maxwell was handling her this time. And I admit to being interested in his methods. She was left in her cell, while Ethan dragged her mother past the gates. Her mother was acting like she was crying hysterically and begging him not to lock her up. He told her to shut up. She was considered a traitor like her daughter. Brianna started screaming, let her go. She did nothing. She didn't know. She didn't know. Maxwell sneers. No what? One of you knows. You said you didn't know. So, we will just make sure she doesn't know either. He grabbed Brianna by her hair and dragged her into the interrogation room next to where her mother was taken. I slipped into her mother's room and handed her a cup of coffee. I asked her for her name, and she told me Beatrice Sullivan, but people call her B. I smiled and asked if she wanted anything. Snacks. Something else to drink. She shook her head no. Then she asked, what am I even doing here? Brianna and I are not on the best of terms. When she told me she was going to become Luna, 3 months ago, she and I had an awful row. She moved into the single woman's quarters and we haven't spoken much since. I nodded and asked, you didn't want her to be Luna? She smiled and shook her head. I am a staunch believer in mates. I know he isn't her mate. I knew she wasn't his mate. I told her she aims too high. An alpha is always mated to another alpha. Or at the very least, a high-ranking bloodline. That's just how the goddess designed it. I am an omega. My mate was a warrior. Brianna has the capability of being a warrior. She just chose not to pursue it. She always has these get-rich schemes that backfire on her every time. And I knew she was setting herself up for failure. It's why we fought. I responded, you are here to make Brianna believe you are being tortured. We want her to think we are hurting her mother. In the hope she confesses to her involvement with the rogue. And the extent of that involvement. Maxwell locked Brianna in a chair, cuffing her wrists to the table. He flicks her hard in the forehead and says, for every wrong answer you give, your mother will receive 2 lashes of a silver-dipped whip. Whether she survives this night or if she dies is completely up to you. Ethan set up the sound recording we had of a person being whipped. And the screaming. Goddess. The screams. I didn't even ask how he got it or why they even have it. He just shrugged and said it's proven to be an effective interrogation tactic. Well. Goody. At the first question. And her I don't know response. The recording played on a loop. Brianna screamed, stop hurting her. She doesn't know anything. Maxwell grinned and said no. But you do. Any harm being done to the woman who gave you birth is caused by you. The daughter she adored. Loved. Raised to be an upstanding woman. Tell me, Brianna. What is it? Did Daddy not love you enough? Did Mommy not give you the right attention? Why would you betray your parents like this? She yelled. I didn't betray anyone. I don't know what you're even talking about. I never gave that man any important information. Nothing was ever talked about. Except how many women Liam fucked. I winced a little. Took a deep breath, and nodded at Ethan to replay the recording. As he did, we hear Brianna say okay. Okay. His name is Raymond. I don't know his last name. He works for some guy. Nathan or Nolan. Neil? I don't know. An N name. He was to meet with him in Silvertree. Every 2 weeks with updates. He texts me every 3 days to see if I have anything for him. He has probably texted by now. Check my phone. You'll see. Maxwell asks, when was the last time you sent him any flash drives? She says she can't remember. So we listen to the recording again. Brianna says stop. Just stop hurting her. I will tell you. The last recording I sent was when Ethan said he would only protect the rightful Luna. I edited out the part about Camille being Liam's mate. I was afraid they would terminate my income. And possibly kill me, if they knew. Maxwell asks, so, they know Daniel was at death's door. And they know they brought in a healer. But they don't know it is Camille? She nods. In my room. There is another flash drive ready to be mailed. I sliced my mattress and that's where I hide everything pertaining to Raymond. Liam asks, tell me why, Brianna. Why would you do something so risky? You had to have known how dangerous the game you were playing was. What possessed you to even think to betray my pack, and still persuade me to choose you as my Luna? Help me understand. She snarls, don't act all sanctimonious. Always dangling the Luna card to any and every woman in the pack, just to get in their pants. You manipulated all of us. And now you're acting all butthurt because it was done to you. Boo-hoo. Liam snarled, get this bitch out of my sight. Beatrice looked at me and whispered, I am sorry, Luna. You should never have to hear such horrible things. I smiled at the kind heart of this woman. I asked her, B? Have you ever been a nanny? I find myself in need of someone I can trust to help me with the twins. She grinned great big and said, are you sure? It would be such an honor. Children are such a blessing. My mate and I were only lucky enough to have Brianna. I would love to be around babies again, and I find myself at loose ends most days now. I took her hand in mine and said, please? It would help us so much. She nodded and I hugged her. I told her, we will start first thing in the morning, yeah? She nodded again, and I smiled at her. Maxwell stood up and undid Brianna's shackles and led her back to her cell. As Ethan and I walked Bea out, she looked at Brianna with the saddest eyes I had ever seen and said, you are no daughter of mine. You chose to turn your back on me. On your father's good name, on your entire pack. On our alpha. For what? A little bit of money. But even Judas could be persuaded to betray his king, for 30 pieces of silver, I guess. I hope it was worth it. And we walked away. To Brianna screaming we tricked her. Betrayed her trust. Took advantage of her love for her mother. And from behind me, I hear Liam say, that is the very definition of irony, Brianna. Liam's POV. I was laying on the floor of my room. Literally, reevaluating every aspect of my life. If I had trusted my wolf. If I hadn't let how my father reacted to my mother's death affect my outlook, if I hadn't allowed myself to indulge in an overinflated ego. If I had listened to my heart. A light knock at my door has it opening to the beautiful face of my mate. She walked over and laid down beside me. I didn't speak. She laced her fingers with mine and whispered, I can't hear what you're thinking yet. But you're thinking really loud. I am only going to say this once. I forgive you. Tonight. Right now. We start over. You are my mate. I am your mate. Every single thing before right now is just something we went through to lead us to each other. You have to let it go. Forgive yourself. Know that I love you. I have loved you through it all. Even when I hated you. I loved you, anyway. I rolled to my side and pulled her into my arms. Inhaling her very essence. And I started to cry. I held her as close to me as I could, while I bawled my eyes out. She just held me. And let the tears cleanse my soul. I had never felt as complete as I do when I hold her next to my heart. We fell asleep. On the floor. In front of my bedroom window. With the moon shining down on us. It was the deepest sleep I have ever had. In the early hours of the morning, I awoke to something. Some sound that alerted me. I called to Ronan and he growled, an intruder. In our maid's room. Can you scent who it is? Not Pack. I don't know. I immediately woke Maxwell and told him. I woke Camille and whispered, we have to get to the boys' room. Now. She jumped up and ran to the adjoining door and opened it quietly. We snuck in and had just reached their beds when we heard crashing and banging from her room. I jumped through her door, just as Maxwell slammed a man's face into the floor. I hit the lights and we jerked the guy up. Just as Camille said, what the fuck? Gavin? I snarled, get him to the cells. I will meet you there. The boys slept through it all. But Camille didn't want to leave him alone, so she called me to come and stay with them. I put 4 guards on our floor. And we headed to the cells. Almost there, I said, babe. I am afraid you are going to meet the devil tonight. Ronan is on the surface. And I am struggling to control him. She smiled and simply said, then, don't. I walked in, directly behind Maxwell, and as he dragged Gavin behind him to the interrogation room. Brianna said, Raymond? You caught him. Raymond. Tell them. I didn't tell you anything important. I told her, shut up, Brianna. I don't give a fuck if all you told him was how I take my coffee. You betrayed me. You betrayed your pack. Nothing you say will change that. Sit down and shut your mouth. By the time we reached the interrogation room, Maxwell had Gavin hanging from the ceiling. His toes barely touching the floor. I grabbed a bucket and filled it with water. I threw the water in his face and nothing. The guy didn't wake up. I asked, the fuck? How hard did you hit him, Max? He shrugged, I don't know. I panicked, okay? He was in Luna's room and he was getting nowhere near the alpha heirs. Soren wanted blood. I let him have his head. Maybe too hard? I laughed, you think? Camille stepped to Gavin and her tiny hand glowed against his head. She nods and says yeah. Too hard. He has a brain bleed. Give me a minute. As soon as he showed signs of rousing, she stepped back and behind me. Gavin raised his head and hissed at me. I asked you a damned cat? The fuck is that noise? He demanded, let me go. You don't know what is coming for you, if you don't. Maxwell and I look at each other and crack up. I said that shit has got to be in the Rogue Handbook or something. Every single one of you spout that same nonsense. Every time. Maxwell asks, what is your name, Gavin? Or Raymond? Or maybe it is Gina? Rebecca? I'm just trying to help you out here, bud. You seemed confused. I grinned. I like Gina. I think I'll go with that. So, Gina, tell me? What were you thinking? Breaking into my pack. And entering my Luna's room? Death wish, right there, for sure. He snarled, I have nothing to say to you. I punched him. Right in the solar plexus. Causing him to gasp for air. Camille whispers, you break it, again I ain't fixing it. Making Maxwell and I laugh. I said I will try not to. But it needs to tell me. She shrugs. And says let us leave it hang overnight. Maybe it will be more amiable in the morning? I look at Gavin and said I think we'll just let you hang around until morning. Let you contemplate the meaning of life. Reflect on all the mistakes you've made. That led you here. Since this is where you are going to die anyway. And trust me, I will make you beg for death. Camille steps into the light and grins when he catches his breath at the sight of her. She says, and I'm going to let him bring you to the brink of death. Just to heal you. Over and over again. Until you tell him what he wants to know. You are so stupid. If you knew nothing else about me from my uncle's pack. You should have learned I take no threat to my children lightly. And you. You endangered my children tonight. We got back to my room and Camille said it's okay if I sleep in here, tonight? My room is a little trashed. And B is asleep in the twins' room. My heart skipped about 20 beats and I choked on my own spit. I sputtered out abso. Absolutely. I mean. Sure, I guess. Only if you want to. I don't want you to feel like I'm pressuring you or anything. She giggled and said I asked you, Liam. You didn't invite me. I'm not at all pressured. I grinned and said it would be my honor. And she giggled again. I'm just going to shut up now. I am literally suffering from foot and mouth disease. She stripped down to her panties and a little cami-like top, climbing under the covers. Goddess help me. I'm just a man. Damn. I took off my jeans and shirt. Climbed into bed with her. And she snuggled into me. I wrapped my arm around her and felt her wiggling to get comfortable. She sleepily says in the morning, we have to search Brianna's mattress. Then we have to find out how Gavin got onto pack territory and how he knew what room was mine. We have another traitor. I am in agreement, already thinking the same thing. Just as I dozed off, her little ass rolled over on top of me, and tucked her face into the crook of my neck. I mentally groaned while Ronan told me don't you even think about moving her. I growled at him it's too hard to sleep like this. And Ronan roared in laughter. Ungrateful mutt. 2 tiny monkey butts had crawled up onto the foot of the bed. I roused from sleep. Feeling watched. I peeped an eye open and spotted them. Sitting staring back and forth between Liam and me. Thumbs in their mouths. I rolled over and scooted. Patting the place I had made between us, and they both dove for the spot. I whispered, are you not feeling well? They shook their heads and as I touched them both, I realized their skin was hot to the touch. I said stay here with Daddy. Mommy will run a warm bath. Liam rolled on his side and pulled both boys close to his body. Still sleeping. I set towels out and turned on the bath water when I hear Liam say babe? Baby? The boys are burning up. I came back in and started undressing them. I tell him I know. I still can't find anything wrong. I am going to draw their blood and run a few tests this morning. You need to get up and search through Brianna's things. He shook his head. I have already tasked Ethan and Maxwell with that. I'm not leaving you or our sons, until we figure something out. This is twice now. In as many weeks, that this weird temperature elevation happened. I giggle and smork at him. Fever, my love. It's called a fever. And it may be something as simple as their cutting teeth. Their 2-year molars may be causing this. I carry Noah and he grabs Lucas, as we set them down in the warm bath. They're quiet and that's not the norm. Definitely. I ask if they're hungry, but they both shake their heads. I tell Liam, watch them, please. I'm going to brew some tea for Fever. He smiles and said always. But babe? Please put pants or something on? I am finding it a little hard to stay focused. I laugh. Oh. You got puns. You a punny guy, Alpha. I walk out to his laughter. I grab my mixture of yarrow elderflower, lemon balm and peppermint. Rushing to the kitchen, I brew enough for 2 sippy cups and head back up to Liam's room. As I walk through the door, I hear Liam's deep voice. The itsy bitsy spider went up the spout again. Then both boys show us again. Daddy. Sing it again. He chuckled and started over. Yep. My ovaries are weeping. Who knew he would be such a good dad? I walked in and pulled the plug. Wrapping them both in towels. He carried them to his bed and handed them their cups, while I went to get clothes for them. He said, I want to keep them close today. I have a feeling I know what's happening. I asked, really? You do? What is the prognosis, doctor? He stuck his tongue out at me, causing the boys to erupt into giggles, especially when he says, yeah, smarty pants. Ronan can feel their wolves. I asked Alara and she answered, their wolves are sleeping. But definitely there. That would cause a spike in temperature. I nod and say Alara said she agrees. The goddess said their wolves would come early. But I didn't expect it so soon. I don't want my babies to grow so fast. Liam pulls me into his arms and whispers, they will grow as they are supposed to, my love. Think how close their relationships will be with their wolves. Once their temperatures had dropped, we were all famished. They ate like they were going away to starve. Ethan stared at them both, watching the amount of food they consumed. He asked, where are they putting that? That's more than a grown man can eat. Liam laughed, growing boys, Ethan. But if you let Rowan forward, he can tell you why. I watch Ethan's eyes shift, and then widen. He smiles and tells Liam, you're gonna need a second job. These young'uns are gonna eat us out of house and home. We laughed. But he is probably right. After breakfast, we took the boys to the playroom and got them settled. I watched from a distance, and listened as they asked if they could call her Granny. She wrapped them both in her arms and whispered, I will be your Granny as long as I breathe, and wiped tears from her eyes. I'm patting myself on the back for making such a quick decision, offering her the nanny position. I walked into Liam's office and was saying B is going to work out just fine. What? What's that look? Liam signaled me over and pushed play on his laptop. I heard the whole conversation about me being his mate. And then another one about the heart. I looked at him, this was the intel she was preparing to send? At his nod, I said, time for that cow to meet her maker, yeah? He grinned and said, not yet. I want to put her and Gavin in a room together. Rattle the cage and see what falls out. For now, though. I would like you to call your uncle in Dunkirk. Ask him to fax Gavin's pack file to us? I nod and immediately dial the number. As soon as he answered, I said, Uncle Declan, it's Cammy. I apologize for calling around your dinner time, but I need a favor. I hope you can help me. He immediately responded with his loud, boisterous laugh. He can call me, anytime, my wee lass. How are me boys? I told him they are good. Then explained we have Gavin in out cells. Asking for the pack information he had on him. He agreed to send it right away, and as we hung up, Ethan shouted, found it. I looked at Liam and he shrugged. He usually shouts Eureka or by Jove, so I just go with it. I'm confused as hell. Until he says here. This is where Gavin crossed our borders. See? He turned his tablet around and showed us. Gavin walked right into the territory without so much as a howdy-do. Then he is caught in the backyard on camera. Sneaking up on the side of the house my bedroom is. The camera catches him throwing a rope with a grappling hook before he disappears from view. Liam says, find that rope. Get the patrol roster and find out who was patrolling the eastern quadrant last night. I want answers. And I want them yesterday. Get more cameras on that area. Your Luna-S room has to be protected, at all times. I want bars on all the windows. Every floor. This shit will never happen again. Maxwell came back with the roster and said we have 4 wolves. All patrolled the eastern quadrant. One, in particular, caught my attention. Blake Foster. Reason being, he has been known to truck with Brianna once in a while. Liam says Blake Foster? His name is familiar. Wait. That bully from school? The one you beat up for tormenting the Omega our senior year? He knows Brianna? Maxwell nods, just as a knock is heard at the door. Ethan takes my hand and leads me over to the sofa to sit with him. Taking his job seriously. Blake sits in front of Liam. And he asks, how did someone breach our borders in your quadrant and enter the pack house? Around 4 this morning? Blake replied, I have no idea what you're talking about. No one got past me. Maxwell asks, why have you been visiting Brianna? And don't deny it. We have you on video. He sneers, I just stop by to say hi from time to time. I was never told it wasn't he allowed. She gets lonely. Liam said she is a traitor. The only talking she should be doing is confessing. Blake responded accused. Alleged. Where's the proof? Maxwell smirked, proof? Boy, you aren't ranked high enough to know any particulars about an ongoing investigation. Blake snarled, holding someone under false pretenses is why we go rogue. She deserves a fair hearing. Liam snarls, she deserves to be put down, like the bitch she is. Blake lunged for him and Liam punched him in the face. Growling, get him to the cells. Maxwell dragged him out the door. Ethan said, what the fuck was that? You got nothing out of him. Liam laughed and said that's how Maxwell and I operate. We play off each other to get results. I looked at Ethan and said, let us go check Gavin's file. It seems the two of them have everything under control. Liam responds, it's an effective interrogation tool. I snapped, it would have helped Ethan and I to have known the intent. It's all good. You and Maxwell have it under control. Enjoy your playtime. Liam's POV. What just happened? Is she pissed at me? Did I make her feel excluded? Why do I keep screwing up? I should find her and apologize. That's what I should do. Maxwell walks back in and says, whoa bro? Who pissed in your Cheerios? I sighed, I think I upset Camille. Now I'm trying to decide whether I should apologize or let it ride. I don't know, dude. I seem to be tasting shoe leather a lot these days. He laughed and said, whoa whoa whoa. Tell me what happened. 2 heads are better than 1. I growled and replied, and that's the problem. Ethan acted upset about our dueling with Blake, so I told him that's how you and I work. And I wanted his focus on Camille. SHE said she would have liked to know what we were doing, too. Then dragged him out of here to get Gavin's file. I don't know if they're coming back. Going to his office. Or what? Maxwell shrugged, of course they went to his office. That's where the fax machine is. But, what's the big deal? We always bounce off each other when we interrogate. Ethan hasn't ever been bothered by it before. So what has changed? Exasperated, I responded he has a Luna to protect now. He takes that very seriously and was offended. He felt out of the loop. How do I know? I have been skating on thin ice since I accepted Camille, and every time I turn around something or someone else pops up, throwing roadblocks in my way. Maxwell laughs, calm down, brother. Let us just go find them and see what that file says. Apologize if you need to. Just be sure you know exactly what you're apologizing for. I shrug. Yes, right. Was it really that big of a deal? I keep tripping over my own feet with her. And I know it's my own fault. I walk into Ethan's office, asking if they had found anything helpful in the file. Only to find Camille not there. Where's Camille? Ethan shrugs and tells us I don't know. We were reading over Gavin's paperwork and she read something. I'm still trying to find what it might have been. She jumped up, said that motherfucker, and stormed out. I'm surprised you didn't pass her in the hall. Now, I'm confused. Ethan, if she stormed out, shouldn't you have gone with her? Make sure she's okay? He shook his head. Nah, dude. That look on her face? Yeah. That's scary. People get hurt when she wears that face. I'm good. Gamma protects Luna. In that mood? More like Gamma protects public from Luna. Not about all that, bro. I start to turn. To go looking for her when one of the guards linked me. Alpha, we might need you in the cells. You need me. Or you might need me? No. No. We definitely need you. And I take off running. Yelling, let us go, guys. Reaching the cells we hear Brianna screaming stop. And I skidded to a halt, just as I was passing Gavin's cell. He's still hanging, but he's a bloody mess. I arch a brow at the guard. He holds his hands up in a surrendering motion and whispers Luna. I walk towards Brianna's cell and I hear Camille just some rogue. Slap, don't know what he wants. Punch, already have a mate? Kick, still trying after mine. Slap. I wrap my arms around her from behind. And whisper, talk to me, baby. Tell me. She's wriggling and squirming. Yelling, let me go. I am doing my best to hold on to her, but it's like holding a jellyfish. Blake yells, somebody needs to put that bitch down. She's crazy. And she lunges for him. Maxwell laughs and said, best shut your mouth, Troy boy. Looks like you're next. Ethan rests his hand on Camille's forearm and says, tell us what you read, Cammy. She huffs and stops wriggling. Fine. Gavin is Gavin Raymond Blackwell. Sound familiar? It fucking should. He is Brianna's cousin. How about that? Know what else? Blake here? Oh. He just happens to be her fucking mate. It's one big happy-assed family reunion up in here, today. Now. Can I kill them? Maxwell leans over to Ethan and whispers, yap. Big scary. Ethan nods and says, told ya. I sigh. I am speechless. I just hold her and breathe in her scent. She reeks of anger. And doesn't he look like it's going to calm down anytime soon? I look at Maxwell and say, hose that guy off. And have someone bring Brianna a change of clothes. Camille and I are going for a run. I lead her out of the cells and link patrol to stay away from the waterfall area. We strip and I tie her leggings and t-shirt around my calf. We shift and Ronan lays his scent down on Alara's fur. Nuzzling her head and licking her muzzle. We take off on a dead run. Damn. She's fast. She ducks under fallen trees and leaps over shrubs. I let her have her head. She needs to exhaust that negative energy before she spontaneously combusts. I herd her in the direction of the waterfall. Hoping a few quiet moments will help her calm down. I know she is struggling with inner turmoil right now. The healer in her wants to correct what the warrior did to Gavin and Brianna. And she just won't let that happen. Which results in her feeling conflicted. We reach the waterfall, and she immediately shifts, diving into the freezing water. Yeah. Not joining her for that. That whole shrinkage factor might be part old wives' tale. But I'm not chancing it. I slipped on a pair of shorts. Sat on the rocks, just waiting for her. I placed her clothes beside me. So she could put them on when she gets out. But she didn't. She climbed up the rocks from the water and crawled directly into my lap. Her face buried into my neck and she sobbed. Ugly crying. Gasping for air. Slobber and snot. Not pretty, at all. But I held her as tightly as I could. And thought of anything to tame my raging heart on. Baseball, Limburger cheese. Demons. Okra. Nope. Not working. Then the wind started howling. Lightning popping and drenching rain. I lifted her and ran for the little cave behind the waterfall. All with her in my arms. Holding her, rubbing her back. I whispered, I can't fix it, if I don't know what's wrong. Talk to me, baby. Let me help you figure it out. She croaked out, wood. Firewood. I'm like, what? Oh. I said, yeah. Babe? Ronan doesn't have pockets. We don't carry matches. She leans back and snaps her fingers. Fire. Oh right. I sit her down and rummage up a little firewood inside the cave. Once it's lit, the weather outside calms down. I ask, was that all you? She nods. In a small voice, says I'm sorry. After the anger, always comes sadness. And with tears. The rains come. I pulled her back into my lap and lay her head on my shoulder. I will always be your soft spot to fall, my love. I am your safe haven. I was so angry. It felt like my whole life has just been one big conspiracy. Gavin transferred into Uncle Declan Pack 3 days after I arrived. Which tells me Doc had to be involved. He just happens to be Brianna's third cousin. Who happened to set her cap to be my maidess Luna. While her own mate languished in pain. Right here in the same pack. Gavin is somehow related to the Rogue King. If Nolan Blackwell is the king, since they share the same last name. For all I know, Ezra Mercer is the king. This has done my head in. Sitting here in the office, I tell the guys just hear me out, until the end. We know Gavin is related to Brianna. We also know he is related to this so-called Rogue King. He has known where I was, all along. Which tells me that the doctor is involved. Otherwise, no Gavin, right? Now. Here's where my timeline gets sketchy. I'm not big on conspiracy theories. But this is mine. Gavin was kicked out of Declan Pack for being caught copying files off Declan computer. Although, it was never determined if he had succeeded. 3 months before Darkwoods was attacked. And my dad targeted. Brianna makes her play for you, Liam. When that wasn't moving fast enough to suit the powers that be and you hadn't taken her as your chosen. They stepped up the game. Knowing I would return home as soon as I found out about my dad. They attacked. Brianna has known Blake as her mate for nearly 10 months. So he suffered pain of betrayal every time she cheated. That would have pissed anyone off enough to commit murder. Much less treason. Brianna told Blake he had to help her cousin before she would accept him. Once I was home. They know it is only a matter of time before Liam and I complete the mate bond. They will move mountains to prevent that. Thanks to the doctor. They probably think they know I am either the heart. Or by abducting me, they will be able to negotiate for the heart. We have to find the doctor. And how he fits into the puzzle. Maxwell whistled low and said, damn. That is a shit ton of information you got out of them. I vote Luna be our official pack interrogator from now on. Liam says absolutely not. It crushes her. Every time she causes another pain it breaks her soul. It won't ever happen again, if I can help it. Ethan asks the question is. Are there any more traitors in this pack? We seem to be on a circus carousel and we just keep going around in circles. Chasing our tails like a litter of 6-week-old pups. I asked have we found any more information on Ezra Mercer? Where did he go, after he absconded from my father's pack? Is he with this Nolan Blackwell? And what about him? Have we found any information on him? The name of the rogue leader who led the coup against the monarchy? These things have to be our focus, now. Liam said Maxwell, call for a pack meeting at 8 tonight. I don't want to have to do it. But I am going to command the traitors to step forward. It's such an abuse of alpha privilege and I hate doing it. I also want to let them know we will be holding a trial for our 2 prisoners. Gavin is a dead man, regardless. But I will let the pack decide what happens to Brianna and Blake. Liam calls Oliver and asks him if they had found anything more about where the doc might have run off to. But, also to let them know everything we had uncovered. I guess he is coming with Dad and Wesley to attend the pack meeting. They want to witness the Alpha command being used on an entire pack. But I think Daddy is coming to play with the twins. Liam looks at me and says we have to get to the cells. Now. We all run and rush the doors, at roughly the same time. With Ethan and Liam getting caught. I laugh and Maxwell said oh. That's what a door jam is, which made me laugh harder. Causing Liam to give us both a dirty look. Oops. But, then I said it's really jam with AB, to which Ethan replied. In such an intellectual voice that S just stupid. That would make it bam. And that makes no sense. Liam turns swiftly and asks seriously, dude. It's JAMB. While Ethan mumbles that S even stupider. That did it. I couldn't stop the laughter. We get inside finally. Only to find a very flustered guard. Liam asked him what was going on. The guard leads us to Gavin's cell. And he is dead. Just hanging there. Dead. I rush to the body and start examining him. Liam is pissed and asking who was in the cells. Where were the guards? I walked over and placed my hand on his chest. I whispered, baby. He has been poisoned. A high dosage of wolfsbane. His body reeks of it. He roars. How the fuck did this happen? Ethan. Pull up the video. Marcus, I want a report of the timeline of every person who has been down here since this morning. He walked over and looked at Brianna. What? No tears to shed for the cousin you betrayed us for? She just shrugged and flipped him off. Maxwell chuckled. Oh, she got brave? Poor Brianna. Whoever got to your cousin. Maybe coming for you, next. Ever think about that? You failed, too. All the color drained from her face. I was standing over Ethan's shoulder and watching the video with him. He started with the time I had spent interrogating Gavin. And we watched every movement. Nobody came in or out. No one disturbed him. It showed the guards walking their rounds. But they never entered the cell. Then I noticed something. I said, watch him. See how he keeps rocking his head side to side? Slamming his jaws together? There. Stop it. Right there. That's how he did it. I walked back to the cell. And Liam had lowered his body to the floor. I knelt beside his head and yanked his mouth open. Dislocating his jaw, I reached my fingers in his mouth and looked up. He had wolfsbane concentrated capsules lodged in 4 of his molars. The teeth had been hollowed out to accommodate the capsules. Clever. Ingenious, actually. He had to break the caps on his teeth to access them. But once he did, he was probably dead within 10 minutes. Apparently, the Rogue King believes in fail-safes. Maxwell says that's some next-level crazy shit, right there. I nod and walk over to the sink. Scrubbing my hands 4 times. I hear Liam say, I'm actually relieved. I was thinking there was another traitor amongst us. We get to the pack house, just as my family arrived. We went straight in for dinner. I walked in on Daddy's arm and got him seated. He kept looking for the boys. I smile and say they're on the way. Their nanny is getting them dressed. He kept watching, and as soon as they entered, they made a beeline for him. He yanked them both up and said, Grandpa has missed you munchkins. I introduced B to Oliver and Wesley. Then I turned to Daddy and he was staring directly at her. They both whispered, made in awestruck voices. I said, shit. I just lost a nanny. And Ethan, bless his stupid heart, laughs. Saying, but you gained a stepsister. Fuck my life. Liam's POV. Wow. I look at everyone and shake my head. Well, we have a hell of a lot more to discuss than we first started out with. Daniel, after dinner. And before the pack meeting, perhaps the 2 of you need to have a long talk. About Brianna. And about what all this means for us, as a family. Oliver says, wait. Brianna is who Ethan meant. The same Brianna who betrayed the pack? At my nod. He says, yeah. Family reunions just got to be a whole Jerry Springer episode. Ethan and Wesley start cracking up. But I just glared at them. And they stopped. We got through dinner and the boys bathed. I was sitting with them, reading. Camille was in my room. She had decided to move her things to my closet. And wants the adjoining door from her old room closed off, completely. I am okay with that. It's all bonus for me. We know we will have to eventually move the boys' room. But for now, where they're at is fine. We walked into the clearing beside the pack house and I took the stage. I looked out over my pack and spoke white satin. As your alpha, I have always tried to be fair. I have treated all of you fairly. These last few months have proven I have been lax on many issues. I am humbled. Because I have failed you. We have traitors among us. People who would aid rogues in the downfall of our pack. I am afraid I am being forced to do something I swore I would only do, in the event of an emergency. That emergency is upon us. I, Alpha Liam Bennett, command you to step forward if you are working with the rogues, in any fashion. I waited. With my mate by my side. I looked out across the crowd of my people. With a sense of dread. We stood. And watched. The weight of the command weighed heavy in the air. But not one person stepped forward. And it felt like I could breathe again. I thanked them all for coming. And dismissed them. Now we're in my office. Trying to decide what we are going to do about Brianna and Blake. Beatrice spoke up. Alpha, she is my daughter. That is a given. May I suggest something, in lieu of execution? I nod at her and ask her to continue. She smiles at Daniel, and he pats her hand. I think she and Blake be made to accept each other. And mark each other, as well as mate. I don't think they should be given a choice. Keep them on house arrest until you defeat the rogues, then maybe banish them? Well, it's not a terrible idea. The thing is, I don't want her in my pack. Unless she remains under constant guard. Even then, it's iffy. And I said as much. Oliver suggests we can bring them to Dark Woods. And I will place them in the stockade house. With guards on them at all times. I am thinking of Camille, here. I don't want that succubitch around my nephews either. No offense, B. I ran the vote around the room. Everyone agreed. With Camille saying I want it done tonight. Before my brother leaves. I smiled at her and replied, let us go inform the happy couple. And we all headed to the cells. Maxwell and Wesley brought them both to the same interrogation room. Once they were seated, I asked, do you both want to survive this? Because what I am about to offer you is a one-time deal. You refuse, and the offer is off the table, and you will be executed at dawn. Blake immediately said, I will do whatever you ask, Alpha. I didn't want to allow that man on the territory, at all. Brianna promised to accept me. And I was desperate. I nodded at him and turned my attention to Brianna. She sneered at Camille and said, you think you've won, don't you? You think you're better than me. Camille slapped her and said, stop it. Just fucking stop. You selfish, spoiled brat. Liam isn't some prized bull at a 4-H auction, you twit. He wasn't mine to win. He was mine by my goddess given right. You have a mate who wants you. You should be so grateful. But no, you want something you can't have. You're truly pathetic. She turned to me and kissed me. I'm going to our room. Join me, once the trash is taken out. She walked out. And Ethan said, snap. She told you. Beatrice said, Brianna, I am so ashamed of you. Your father would have disowned you. How you even dared to betray our pack. Betray a man you claim to want as your own. Luna is right. You are pathetic. I have found my second chance. And I am taking it. What you do from here is on you. And she stood, with Daniel following. They left. I watched her for a moment. Then I said, by Alpha command, you will accept each other. And Mark. In front of the 5 of us here. Now. Blake's face lit up in a huge smile, as he readily said the words to accept her. She struggled against the command, but eventually accepted. He sunk his canines into her neck and she screamed. Maxwell said, dumbass. Fighting it makes it hurt. Why do you people not know these things? She eventually marked him. And as she finished, I said, Blake. Brianna. You are hereby excommunicated from the bonds of White Satin Pack. Oliver looked at them both. Laid a dagger on the table and grinned. Damn. That looked like it hurt. That bond-breaking shit is painful, yeah? Now, you will both swear fealty to Dark Woods until such time as the Rogue King is eradicated. Then you will be free to do as you will. Brianna sputtered, I don't want to change packs. This is my home. Why are you doing this? And she started to cry. Maxwell lost it. Your home. You betrayed your home. You don't belong here, anymore. They both swore loyalty to Oliver, and within an hour, they were packed and loaded up in the back of Oliver's truck. Good riddance to bad rubbish. I told everyone good night and practically ran to my room. I stepped into the room, and my beautiful mate was standing by the window. Wearing a beautiful diaphanous nightgown in ivory. Her long blonde hair was hanging loose and she turned toward me. The moonlight caught her perfectly and she whispered, it's a full moon traditionally, we could mate and mark each other, by the goddess's blessing. If you want, I mean. I walked over to her and took her in my arms, kissed her slowly. Tenderly. And said, oh. I want. More than I could ever say. Third person SPOV. Liam lifted her into his arms and walked slowly to the bed. She had lit candles around the room, and he gazed down into her eyes. Her skin literally looked like it was glowing. She smiled at him as he leaned down to place a lingering kiss on her lips. As he broke away, he whispered, "I adore you. Everything about you is exactly what I didn't know I needed." His large hands glided down her body, and as he reached the hem of her gown, he gently pulled it up and over her head. She squirmed a little under his intense gaze, and his hands stilled her body. He said, "Let me look at you. You are the most exquisite creature I have ever seen. Forgive me, my love, for being such a fool." She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him, telling him he was a little overdressed for the occasion. He chuckled and hastily removed his clothing. The bed dipped beneath his weight, and her body automatically shifted closer to his. His hands and fingers worked their magic on her body until she was a moaning mess, begging him to take her. As Liam lined up at her entrance, he said, "If there is any doubt, tell me now, baby. I want to be able to stop, otherwise." Camille looked deep in his eyes and told him, "I love you, Liam. I have since the first moment I saw you. I am absolutely sure of this. Of us." And he entered her, slowly, allowing her to adjust to the stretch of his full length inside her. She moaned, "Oh goddess. Move, my love." He began thrusting in and out slowly, at first, then increasing gradually, until they found their rhythm. They moved together, in an erotic dance, as old as time. As she reached her crescendo, and she moaned, "I'm coming, my love," his canines lengthened. He licked her neck, finding the fleshy part of muscle between her collarbone and trapezoid. He sank his teeth as deeply as they would go. She cried out in pain for a few seconds, before it turned to sheer ecstasy. Her canines grew and she bit into him. As he roared through his climax, everything she had ever felt melded with his consciousness. He felt her love, and he felt her pain. He now knew everything he had put her through, and he had never known such remorse. She whispered, "That was yesterday, baby. And yesterday's gone." They whispered their love for one another, and he carried her to the bathroom, where he drew them a warm bath. He washed her skin tenderly, loving the feel of her beneath his hands. The entire pack felt the intense wave of power that washed over them. They understood what it meant. They knew their lives were now whole. Their pack had the heart. Their Luna was finally home. He leaned up on his elbows and kissed her so deeply she nearly wept. They lay together, not speaking, just feeling, experiencing their love without any words being necessary. They made love through the night, experiencing all the things only the merging of two hearts can provide. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, their souls became one. An impenetrable fortress of protection for the heart of the moon. The Moon's realm. Laura stood beside Celeste as they looked down upon their children. Celeste said, "I wish we could be there when they wake. Liam will need larger clothes. At least his height won't be a problem." They both giggled. Laura tells her, "Thank you, Mother Moon, for allowing my Daniel to be happy again. He deserves it. His heart has hurt for far too long." Celeste kissed Laura's forehead and said, "I am sending Adeline back to Earth this night. She will live again in our granddaughter." Laura's eyes filled with tears and said, "That is the highest honor you could have bestowed upon her. I cannot thank you enough." Celeste then says, "The time of war is fast approaching. Our children have nearly all the players figured out. Oh. And Oliver's mate will appear to him in his dreams. He will find her after the battle." Laura claps her hands, like a schoolgirl, and asks, "May I see her? I am sure she must be very beautiful." Celeste laughed. "Your enthusiasm always amuses me. But, no. I don't want to spoil the surprise." Laura huffs and pouts for a moment. Grinning, she responds, "Who knew the moon goddess had a mean streak?" They both laughed. Maxwell's POV. I sat bolt upright, in bed. "What in the world?" I asked Soren. "Did you feel that?" The entire pack felt it. Our Luna is home. Our pack now has its heart. Well, damn. Are we stronger? I feel stronger. We are much stronger. Wolfsbane and Silver 1T hurt us now. We will heal faster. Our speed has increased. Realizing I was wide awake, I sat up to read a while. Ethan mind-linked me, asking if we wanted to run. I agreed immediately. I reached the back deck and Rowan was already waiting. I looked him over and said, "Damn, dude. You're bigger," as I shifted into Soren, realizing he is bigger, too. We took off. Testing our speed. We were pretty evenly matched, with Soren being just a bit faster. We ran the borders. Then stopped beside the waterfall. Soren lifted his snout to the moon and held his joy. Within minutes, every wolf awake joined his song. Our pack was finally whole. And we all felt it. I woke just before dawn. I heard fussing coming from our son's room. I jumped up, grabbing a pair of shorts and a cami. Literally jumping into them. To reach the boys. They were both fussy and burning up. I pulled them both into my arms and brought them with me, back into our bed. Liam rolled immediately to them. Touching them, he mind-linked me, "We need to get them to the backyard. Their wolves have woken up." I quickly stripped them both, and he carried them both outside. He told me to shift to Alara and let her coax their wolves. He wouldn't shift into Ronan until just before both their wolves arrive. Alara laid on the ground and tucked her babies in close, nuzzling and licking them. The moon was just fading from the horizon, as the dawn began to lighten the sky. And Liam let Ronan out. He leaned over our sons, just as their little bodies snapped and contorted. 10 minutes later, 2 tiny black as night wolf cubs lay between us. Their coloring was the exact shade of their daddy's, with the blue glowing tattoos on their heads, like Alara's. There has never been 2 more beautiful pups to grace the earth. Yes, I am aware every mother feels the exact same way, but I can't help feeling, in this case, it's absolute truth. Ronan rolls his eyes at me, hearing my thoughts. Within a few minutes, they found their paws and were bounding around the backyard. Pouncing on Ronan. Tugging his tail. Nipping at his ears. He just rolled onto his back and let them torment him for a good half hour. Liam shifted back, and coached the boys on how to shift back. And within seconds, they were back in their little toddler bodies, complaining they were hungry. Feeding them was a circus. Their excitement at shifting so soon taking them over. I brought them back to their room, and they were asleep within seconds. Shifting is hard on a teenager, their first time. For toddlers, it's obviously exhausting. I walked back into our room to shower and get ready for the day. When Liam says, "Babe?" I glance up at him as he walks out of our closet and bust out laughing. He is trying to button his shirt, but lacks about 4 inches of being able to close the shirt. He says, "I think this is a problem." I walk into the closet and grab him a t-shirt, telling him this will have to do until we can go shopping. And I proceed to grab a quick shower. I slipped on a maxi dress and flats before heading out for some food. By the time we had gotten some clothes that fit Liam comfortably, and arranging a new nanny for the boys, I felt like I needed a nap. Instead, we are all sitting in Liam's office, waiting for Ethan to let us know what he has found out. Ethan was setting everything up to show what he had on the TV. And I snuggled into Liam's lap. Maxwell looked at us and said, "I read the last entry about you, in the Book of Legends. It talked about the traitors. But it was essentially information we already possessed." The last line intrigued me. It reads, "The devil needs his heart, before he can take down a king." Liam shrugs and kisses my temple. "Well, baby, guess we're going to take down a king." I laugh and tell him, how is he a king, when he lives in shadows? He is not even a deposed king. He is a homeless one. Ethan claps his hands and tells us to focus. Which is hilarious, since he can't focus to save his soul, but okay. The man who led the rogues against the monarchy was named Connor Brooks. He had a daughter, with a 16-year-old girl, who died in childbirth. He left the kid, or somebody did, at the front door of a pack hospital. Golden Arrow Pack. Raised her in the orphanage there. I sit up straighter and ask, what a douchebag. He assaults a 16-year-old, then abandoned the child? She wasn't he adopted? Ethan shook his head and said no. Not only that, he must have left her name at the hospital or something. Because this poor girl was abused her whole life. She was sold. Actually sold. To Black Pine Pack and made a breeder. Liam roared, "A breeder? Maxwell, this afternoon, ready volunteers. We are visiting both those packs in the morning. I will not tolerate the injustice. Abusing and selling orphans. Harboring breeders. I will call the council this evening and let them know my intentions. I soothed him and whispered we will get to the bottom of it. They may not be practicing this anymore. It's been a century. He smiles and kisses me, then tells Ethan to continue. Ethan clears his throat and says she gave birth to 3 sons, before her death. One born to a warrior named Malcolm Whitaker. One to another warrior named Jonathan Mercer. And the third was born to a Delta. Named Martin Blackwell. Maxwell says okay. There's the doctor's last name and the rogue's. So they are direct descendants of the rogue who lead the rebellion. What else do we know? Ethan says let me finish this time. Sheesh. The Delta's kid was named Russell. And the warrior's kid's name was Samuel. Half-brothers. Who both grew up in Golden Arrow. They caused a lot of problems. Assaulting women. Beating omegas. Even killing humans. 2 of the women they assaulted gave birth to sons. Samuel's son is Ezra. But he was born to a human. So he didn't want him. The mother raised him in Willow Creek. A small town in Colorado. He knew nothing about being half-were until he shifted. And tore through the town. Killing 3 people. He was locked up in an institution. Until he was 20. Worked his way through med school and joined Grizzly Mountain Pack as their doctor. I asked, where does the Blackwell boy come in? And Ethan rolled his eyes at me. I grinned and said, don't roll your eyes at me, he interrupted, or I'll roll your head on the floor. And we both cracked up. Maxwell was looking at us like we're crazy, and Ethan says that's what Daniel used to tell Cammy when we were kids. She had attitude. Who knew? Liam says focus. I would like to get through this before dinner. Causing me to laugh again. Holy shit. You sounded just like a dad. Good job. Crack, I jumped. Did you just smack my ass? He grins and rubs it. Whispering focus. Ethan rolls his eyes again and says Russell Blackwell grew up in Black Pine. He was a bit of a wild child. Using his father's position in the pack, as Delta, to bully his way through school. He believed he would be Delta. After Martin retired. Problem was. Martin had met his mate. After Russell was born. They gave birth to a son and a daughter. That boy is Walter Blackwell. And he is the Delta. Being the legitimate son. In a fit of rage, on his 16th birthday. On being told he would not inherit the title. He killed Martin's maid and daughter. Severely wounding Martin. He ran away from the pack and wasn't heard from. For several years. We stopped for a while, so I could feed the boys lunch and get them down for a nap. I arranged the dinner menu with the cooks and we all settled back in the office, for Ethan to continue. He has pictures up on the screen now. I recognized the doctor right away. But Russell Blackwell looked nothing like him. Liam mentioned it even as brothers. There's no resemblance that I can see in them. Ethan shook his head no. But look at the picture. This is Nolan Blackwell. Son of Russell. Born to a 15-year-old she-wolf from Ivory Mountain Pack. She was abducted at the age of 13, on her way home from school. She died in childbirth. And Nolan looked a lot like Ezra. Continuing, he tells us Russell met Ezra in a bar. And one thing led to another. They discovered they were brothers. Ezra had met his mate. However, she was barren. Russell struck a deal with Ezra to raise Nolan as his own. It was easy to convince him. Since the kid looked like him. And his mate wanted a baby, so bad. Everything was good. Nolan was raised in the pack. Went to the pack school. Just before he turned 16, Russell reappeared. Telling Ezra he had found a story about the heart of the moon. Nolan became obsessed. And upon learning the truth of his genetic history, he left with Russell, and became rogue. Now, Ezra loves that boy. And would do almost anything for him. So, when the rumor mill ground out the idea that Dark Woods would be the keeper of the heart, Ezra had no choice but to transfer there. Nolan had taken his mother in, because she didn't want to be away from her child. And Nolan, by this time, had shifted his way of thinking to rogue mentality. Threatening to kill Ezra's maid if he didn't comply. Her name is Helen. And no word if she's even alive now. I am stunned. This is a lot. Do we know whether Ezra is with Nolan? Is Russell still living? Which one is calling himself the king? Ethan shook his head and replied, I can't find anything more. It's like they disappeared off the map 2 years ago. Here's the kicker. Brianna's father was the son of Malcolm Whitaker. And Gavin was the son of Walter Blackwell. Liam gasps, holy fuck. That family was rotten down to the very first seed. Well, I guess that's my in for visiting Black Pine Pack tomorrow. Need to let the Delta know about his kid. Liam's POV. We were up and away from our pack by the crack of dawn. We are traveling in a caravan of 10 vehicles. I had called the council and told them what we had uncovered in regard to this rogue king. And was going to investigate the 2 packs where all this talk of rebellion originated. I did not tell them I may be eradicating both packs today. I am hoping it doesn't come to that. I asked Camille, would it be too much to ask that you hang back and not involve yourself in any fighting if it breaks out? She simply says yep, so I knew it was futile to pursue that hope. I linked Maxwell when we reach Black Pine. I want warriors to fan out along the borders. Search any outlying shacks that might look like breeding sheds. They will be secluded and possibly hidden. These packs that continue this practice do everything they can to hide it from authorities. Maxwell said they have already been instructed on just that, Alpha. I will be going with them. Ethan should stay with you and Aluna. And Camille snapped, gosh damn it. Do not mind Link when others are in the car. How rude. I laughed and apologized, I'm sorry, baby. It's a battle-hardened strategy. I will do better, she seemed appeased, but I know better than to underestimate her. We arrived at Black Pine just after 8. And arrived at the gates. The guards asked for our papers. Papers? What? Maxwell snarled, the fuck out of here with that. No one has to have travel papers anymore. Tell Alpha Garrett the devil has arrived for pack inspection now. They kept us waiting at the gates for over 10 minutes. Not a good way to introduce yourself to me. As we pulled up to the pack house, the Alpha was waiting. His Luna was a mousy little thing, doing her best to remain unobtrusive. And immediate, Camille gravitated towards her. Now I'm thinking fuck. Here we go. Garrett sticks his hand out, with a leering smile, and says, Alpha Bennett. What a pleasure. I look at his hand and muttered, I'm sure it will be. He introduced his Luna as Vivian. And I nodded at her. Holding Camille's hand. She reached out and took Vivian's elbow, asking, would you be able to show me to a restroom? I admit to having too much coffee. As they turned, Garrett said, we have servants for that kind of thing. Camille whirled on him and asked, servants? You have servants? Is this the 21st century, Liam? Or have we stepped back into medieval times? Now, come, Vivian. I don't get an opportunity to visit many Lunas. I raised an eyebrow. And no, I am right. My smartass mate is definitely going to cause a few ripples in the pond. Garrett turns to me and sneers, what brings the devil to my door? I smile. Hugely. And tell him little birdies talk, Garrett. The council has asked me to conduct pack inspections on some of the lesser packs who have been flying under the radar for too long. Shall we go inside? I have need to speak with your Delta. I look over my shoulder at Ethan and he nods. Linking on it and takes off to locate his Luna. We are sitting in Garrett's office when Ethan knocks. Bringing Camille to me. Her face looks like a thundercloud and I know we are in for it. Garrett immediately says, oh. Forgive me, Luna. She-wolves are not allowed in my office, fuck. She sniffs disdainfully and remarks, yes, I can understand why. It reeks of whiskey and sex. You should probably open some windows and air this dump out. He growls. Growled at my Luna? I said, stand down, Alpha. I want to stop her from beating your ass before I kill you. She comes over and climbs into my lap saying, this is the only clean seat in the room. Of course, my love. Stir the pot. I look at Garrett and say, your Delta? He asks, what business do you have with Walter? I smile and say, exactly. My business, for the moment, is with Walter. His head snaps up and says, for the moment? I didn't respond. Instead I asked Camille, what is the story with the Luna? She is abused. I healed current injuries. But older ones I can't. She has several bones not healed properly. How do you want to handle it? There's nothing we can do. Unless there is actual illegal activities going on. True. We are in a holding pattern for now, until Maxwell completes his investigation. When Walter finally arrived, I introduced myself and asked him about his son. He told me he hadn't seen his son since he was 15. Apparently, there was an altercation with the high school crowd that resulted in a she-wolf from another pack being assaulted. He ran. Seems to be a genetic issue. An entire family of runners. I explained to him what Gavin had done. And that he had committed suicide in my cells. He merely shrugged and asked if he was excused. The fuck is wrong with these people? Garrett offered a walk around his pack, which Camille jumped on. She said I would love to meet some of your people. Maybe even check out the orphanage? He immediately responded that there was no orphanage. Any parentless pup was placed in a sponsor family. I asked, are they adopted? And this fool says of course not. They stay with the sponsor family until their debt is paid. And my mate screeched, what debt? What fucking debt can a pup incur? You fucking idiot. You better pray to whomever you pray to that not one of those pups have been abused. I watched the man start to sweat. And I know he is regretting every poor decision he has ever made. There is only one reason the devil makes a surprise visit to your pack. It is seldom good news. As we step outside, I breathe deeply, sucking in as much clean air as I can. Maxwell links me Alpha, there are 4 sheds. 2 women in each. 3 are heavily pregnant. And Ronan overpowered me. Shifting on the spot. I linked Camille to get on my back. We took off for the border. I alerted our warriors and told them to stand ready. I could hear Garrett and his beta behind us, trying to keep pace. Good luck with that, asshole. All of us are so much faster since the marking, it's nearly impossible to maintain our speed. We arrived, just as Maxwell had all the women unshackled and out in the open air. As I shifted back, Maxwell laughed, thought that through, did ya? I grumbled, fuck off. He freaked out and caught me off guard. Ethan handed me a pair of shorts he found somewhere. And I swear to goddess, I am standing here in Daisy Dukes. Still Liam. The women were filthy. Emaciated. Wearing little to no clothing. Their bodies covered in injuries. Old and new. Camille turned to our men. Find these women something to cover themselves. The indignities they have suffered should not be on display for the world to see. Within seconds, blankets were wrapped around the women. And Camille was leading them all into a copse of trees for privacy, while she healed them somewhat. I spun on Garrett, as he arrived, explain yourself. He stammered and stuttered, these women are criminals. They serve as an outlet for my men. I snarled, you son of a bitch. You are the criminal. You are still using she-wolves as breeders. There are laws we all must live by. This atrocity was outlawed over a century ago. Along with slavery and servitude. That S3 council laws you have deliberately disobeyed. Get your affairs in order, Alpha. Your reign ends today. I started to walk away, when I heard a wolf whistle. I whirled around, ready to knock someone's head off. As my mate says, nice ass. With a wolfy grin. Causing all my warriors to crack up. I continued walking towards the shacks, and I smacked my ass cheek and winked at her. They laughed as hard as she did. I ordered the warriors to sweep the entire pack. I wanted reports and updates on all the pups in the pack. I ordered all she-wolves to be brought to the center of the arena. Thank goddess my Luna had the foresight to pack a bag with changes of clothes. I called the council, from Garrett's office. While he languished in his own cells. Along with all his ranks. I reported my findings. And told them to deliberate for the next 2 hours on the fate of this pack. I also let them know. Regardless. Garrett dies today. Camille was in the arena with the women. She was gathering information and healing everyone she could. Over half the women were angry. Demanding to know why they were being questioned. Wanting to know why we were there. Camille was a picture of patience, although I could see her clenched jaw. We all felt the moment she snapped. A teenaged girl had told her that her father had allowed the Alpha to take her virginity, in order for him to be granted head warrior's position. Lightning popped all around us. Snapping 6 trees in half. The ground shook, and the winds whirled around us. She yelled, nothing about this is okay. Everything you are going through is illegal. Your alpha is a piece of shit who has abused his power, his people and his goddess. If you choose to continue along this path, your lives will end. Just like his will. Today. Ethan whispers probably should remember this moment. I know I'm never going to piss her off. I chuckled and said for real. We're lucky. She loves all of us. I arranged for transportation for everyone who wanted to leave the pack entirely. The council had already sent an interim alpha to start revising the conditions of the pack. The majority of the pack chose to remain. We transported the breeders and the orphaned pups. Camille is going to arrange a gala for mated wolves who would like to adopt. Only those unable to have pups of their own will be invited. Garrett and his ranks were executed in front of the pack. As a deterrent that something this heinous never happen again. The council themselves were shocked at the conditions in Black Pine. Councilman Reed asked me what made me suspect this pack was operating under the radar. I merely said I had been informed they were still using breeders. He was content with that. I also told him to be by the phone, as I would be visiting Golden Arrow, on suspicion of them selling she-wolves, as well. He sighed and said I thought we were getting all this rampant criminality under control. We left Black Pine just after lunchtime, and arrived at Golden Arrow an hour later. Alpha Hartley met us on the steps of the pack house. I explained we are investigating a rumor that their pack has sold orphaned she-wolves to other packs as slaves, or to be used as breeders. He nodded and admitted this had been a common practice by the previous alphas. Then he said, Alpha Bennett. I am beta-born. I challenged my alpha. And won. The reason for my challenge was black and white for me. When the alpha, my best friend, decided he wanted my mate as his mistress, he sealed his fate. That was 5 years ago. I Haven T regretted it. And I Haven T looked back. You are welcome to go over all the records of Alpha Fletcher's misdeeds over the years, if you'd like. Compare them to my records of the last 5 years. I am, slowly but surely, erasing the tragedies of our past. We are thriving again. And picking up our pieces. Camille stepped forward, hugging the alpha. With tears in her eyes, she said thank you, and stepped back into my arms. I grinned and said Alpha, allow me to present my Luna. Camille Bennett. Nay Ward. He smiled and said a pleasure, Luna. But please don't thank me for doing what any moral man would do. It is my duty to my people. We stayed for dinner with the pack. Camille and Hartley's Luna, Claire, hit it off immediately. As Camille was telling her about the twins, she noticed a sadness in Claire's eyes. Claire said they have been mated for 15 years, but have never been blessed with pups. Camille went on to tell her about the gala she plans to host for the 17 orphaned pups we rescued. And Claire begged to be invited. I was smiling at Camille. Her heart doesn't just pump silver blood. It amazes me her tiny body can even hold it. It's that big. Alpha Hartley mutters, I believe our Lunas are becoming fast friends. I laugh and say one can never have too many friends. I would like to consider you one of mine. Shortly after dinner, we were on our way home. Camille was snuggled into my lap, sleeping. Ethan said healing as much as she did today must have worn her out. Maxwell laughs, the mating night before last wore her out. Ronan growled low in his throat, warning to not disrespect his mate. Maxwell laughs again and says easy, puppy. I just know you. We were nearly home and I was trying to wake Camille baby. Wake up. We're almost home. Come on. Wake up. Camille. My sweet girl. Are you going to get up? She moans peanuts and we all just laugh. Reckon I am carrying my mate and tucking her in. Good times. B has been helping me plan this gala for the orphans. And we decided to combine our Luna ceremony for the same night. Liam has been phenomenal in getting all the eveets out and arranging for party tents to be set up. He ordered 3 separate adjoining tents. One for dining and cocktails. A second for the children to meet prospective parents. And the third for our ceremony and dancing. We are nearly done with the decorations and flowers. My dress is hanging in our closet. In a zippered bag. Liam swore not to peek. On threat of death. His tuxedo arrived this morning. And the boys each have matching ones. I can't wait to see all 3 of my guys dressed in them. Bea walked over and slid her arm around my waist, saying it looks perfect, my girl. You have done a fine job. I kissed her cheek and said we have done a fine job, Mom. I couldn't have done this without you. She smiled and said I have to get home. Your father is hopeless at tying a tie. I smiled and nodded. Then I asked, how is Brianna doing with mated life? She laughed, oh goddess. That girl has that poor man jumping through hoops to prove himself worthy. Unfortunately, her extreme sense of entitlement gets in the way of her happiness. I despair she will ever be happy. Walking into our room, Liam turns to me with a hopeless look on his face. He asks, can you help? I have tried 5 times and this tie is not meant to make a bow, I swear. I laughed and said my dad can't tie one either as I take the ends of his tie and fashion a bow in less than a minute. He looks in the mirror. Then smiles at me. Damn. I look good. Causing me to giggle again. And I shoo him out so I can get ready. After my shower, I curl my hair into beachy waves. And apply light makeup. Noah and Lucas charge into the room to have me get them dressed. Once they looked like the little gentlemen they are, I sent them to find their daddy. I slipped into my dress. A slinky floor-length gown of royal blue silk. Fitted bodice. Dangling crystals hang off my shoulders in a faux sleeve design. It flares subtly at my hips. Sweeping the floor with a slight train behind me. I slip silver strappy heels on my feet, just as my father knocked on my door. I yelled come in as I pinned up the left side of my hair with a single orchid. My dad took me into his arms and hoarsely whispers so beautiful. You are so much like your mother. I wish she could see you now. I smiled and told him she's watching, Daddy. She sees us. We walked out and started down the stairs. I asked if everyone had arrived and had been seated. He grinned saying stop worrying. It's going to be perfect. We reached the curtains and as we waited for them to be drawn back he whispered, are you sure about this? I can have us in the car and out of here in 10 seconds flat. I busted out laughing, just as the curtains opened. Up the aisle. Standing on a dais. Was my family. My handsome mate. With 2 equally handsome miniature versions of him on either side. I realized for the millionth time, they look identical to their father, almost like I had no hand in creating them. My hand immediately reached my tummy, as I sent a prayer to the goddess, please let this little girl look a little like I was involved. We reached the steps and Liam took my hand, whispering into my mind, you are radiant, and I smiled into his eyes. Councilman Parker was performing the ceremony. I repeated my vows and Liam asked the pack if they accepted me as their Luna. Everyone roared out their approval. He sliced his palm. And then mine, we clasped hands and a wave of energy rushed across the pack as the bond snapped into place. Just as Liam moved to remark me, in front of witnesses. The border alarm sounded. We were under attack. I looked at Bea and my dad, get everyone to the bunkers, and Liam and I raced for the borders. Along with 500 of our warriors. The attending alphas joined us, without hesitation. Arriving, we saw about 30 dead rogues just inside our borders. And another several hundred rogues along the wood line. Liam stepped forward and demanded, state your business. A man stood proud among the rogues. And snarled, I have come for my bride. Oliver moved up to my side and asked, did you misplace her? The man let loose derisive laughter, I have come for the heart of the moon. She is mine. Born to be queen. Just as I am king. Ethan moved in front of me and sarcastically said, dude. You weren't born to be king. There's no such thing. I mean. Obviously. You were born to be rogue. But sorry. Not seeing a king. Liam asked, who the fuck are you? What makes you think we would even think about turning one of our women over to a worthless rogue? I want some of what he is smoking. Can I have some of that shit? Causing everyone to chuckle. The man screams, I am Nolan Blackwell. Born of the great rogue that destroyed a kingdom. Making him king. Give me my queen. She is standing beside you. And I know you have not marked her. I stopped the ceremony. Liam laughs. You may have interrupted the ceremony. But my mate and I have been marked and mated for a month. You stopped nothing. And if you think to try and take my mate, I challenge you, Nolan Blackwell. For your self-proclaimed title. Right here. Right now. What will it be, Blackwell? Do you accept? Or do you run away, with your tail between your legs? Like the dog you are. He growled loud enough to scatter the birds and said, I will return. And when I do, my legions will return with me. Again, Liam laughed exactly what I thought. You are a coward, Blackwell. How many men will follow a coward? Once word gets out you are incapable of accepting an honest challenge. Your legions would be idiots to take orders from you. Such cowardice cannot lead legions of men. Blackwell snarled, I accept. And as the challenged, it is my right to choose the time, the place and the method. Shaking his head, Liam said, no. You only choose method. The challenge was issued for an immediate resolution. You leave now, you forfeit the fair challenge right. And know this. I will hunt you down. I will find you. And I will kill you where you stand. So, coward. It's now. Or you have already lost. He stepped forward and said, now it is. I choose wolf. And when I kill you, I will hang your pelt on the bedroom wall where you can watch me fuck your mate every night. Liam roared, make a circle, men. It's time to teach a coward about real men. He handed me his jacket, as he stripped out of his clothes. We watched as Nolan stripped and shifted. I nearly laughed out loud. His wolf wasn't as large as Alara. His fur patchy and straggly. The sign of having been a rogue for a long time. He leaped into the circle, while half of our warriors circled out into the wood line, surrounding the rogues on all sides. Liam walked into the circle. Just sauntered in like he was out for a Sunday stroll. He rolled his head from side to side. Stretched his shoulder and shifted into Ronan. He was black as midnight, easily 8 feet tall. And he huffed at Nolan. Like he was laughing. We heard one of the rogues say, holy fuck. That is one monster of a wolf. While another said he s the devil. That s the devil. Ethan started laughing and yelled, didn't he know who you would be facing, guys? Too late to back out now. Ronan stood still. Just watching. Waiting. He would prance his feet in a little impatient dance. Making me chuckle. When Nolan charged, he didn't budge. He let the wolf barrel into his chest. His body rocked a little but he didn't fall. He just batted the wolf away with his giant paw. Just as Nolan charged again. Another wolf pounced on Ronan's back from outside the circle and locked his jaws on his neck. Nolan cut into Ronan's chest, and I felt the pain of the claws rip into his flesh. He batted Nolan away again and twisted his body, flipping his entire weight onto the wolf on his back. That wolf lost his hold. And Ronan jumped up. Spinning a half circle, he ripped the wolf's throat out. As he bled out, he shifted back. It was Ezra. As Nolan's wolf found his feet, Liam shifted back. Not one wound showed on his body. You could see the blood. But no open wounds. He snarled, I was going to give you an honorable death. But you are not only a coward, but a cheater as well. When the wolf charged the third time, he leaped at Liam's throat. But his body was caught and Liam's hand plunged through his rib cage, ripping his heart out. He held the heart in the air, turning in a circle, so all the rogues could see it. And he crushed it in his hand. Liam's POV. I was hoping for a little more finesse to this battle. I forgot there is no honor among rogues. I looked around the group of rogues. As Camille walked up to me, she turned to Nolan's body and held up a closed fist. As she opened it, she flung her arm downward, setting the wolf on fire. I spoke succinctly, you chose the wrong man to follow. In your blatant ignorance, you sided with a man whose family assassinated our last king. Do you not realize how contradictory your actions are? You choose to go rogue because you refuse the conformity of pack, but then opt to follow a maniacal fool who would be king? Utterly asinine and more convoluted than anything I have ever imagined. He was a coward. A cheater. A man who believed he was destined to greatness, simply because his great-grandfather killed a king. And you chose to follow him, which makes all of you as foolish as he was. Now, fight or flee. Because after tonight my pack and I will show no mercy. They scattered like rats from a sinking ship. Not one remained. I told Cole, take our Luna back to the dinner. I will be along shortly. Tell Daniel to start introducing the children to our guests. Baby, save me a dance. She giggled and said I will save all my dances for you. I have a secret to share. Then, she kissed me. A sexy, aggressive kiss which made my toes curl. I turned to Maxwell and said burn the good doctor. Maxwell grunted sure. Luna can burn the one, and leave this one. Shit. I laughed. Shifting, I grabbed my clothes and headed to the river. The party was in full swing by the time I was able to make it back. And I immediately searched out my mate. I wrapped my arm around her waist and pulled her tight against my chest. If kissing me like that was meant to make me want to ravish every inch of this luscious body, mission accomplished. She giggled and whispered yay. I succeeded. I led her onto the dance floor and took her in my arms. I have been dreaming of holding you, just like this. All day. I love you. So much more than I ever thought possible, my love. You. Our boys. Are my entire world. No one will ever dare harm you. She smiled so beautifully. And said I love you. I have always loved you. Before I even knew who you were. My heart called out to you. I will love you throughout eternity. My soul will always find yours. I dipped her. And planted my lips on hers. I lifted her and spun in a circle. Laughing with her. I said a secret? Will you share? She nodded so cutely and whispered, what shall we name our daughter? It took a hot minute before what she said could register. I hooped loudly and spun her again. Are you? Are we? We're having a baby? At her nod, I leaped to the stage and yelled we're pregnant. And everyone started shouting at once. We had all sat down to eat. When Claire came over and sat beside Camille. She was beaming, as she told us Andrew and I are adopting 2 adorable pups. A brother and sister, he is 4. She is not yet 2. I just wanted to thank you. Our family is whole. Because of you. And the heart you have. Girl. Never change. She hugged Camille and my beautiful girl got teary-eyed. Hiding her face in my chest. After dinner, Camille excused herself to put Noah and Lucas down for the night. I sat with our family. Enjoying a whiskey and cigar. Oliver says so. A baby. You're in for a real treat with that one. My uncle said her moods were all over the map, with the boys. Uncle Declan threatened to send her home to us 100 times. A sadness came over me. For all that I missed, and I said I will be present and aware for every moment. I missed too much. She should have never had to go through any of it alone. She walked into the room and smacked Oliver in the head. Don't. Just don't. I could feel his sadness and guilt all the way upstairs. I have forgiven and forgotten. He mumbled an apology and we all laughed at how this little slip of a woman can bring alphas to their knees. Danielle said on a side note. Brianna is expecting, too. And we all groaned. That poor child. I said thank goddess that baby has B and you to teach it morals. B laughed sure. Because its mother took my lessons so well. I will stick to mothering Oliver and Cammy. They're easy. The night was winding down. All 17 orphans found forever homes and Camille was officially my Luna. All is right in my world. My mate may be the heart of the moon. But she is the keeper of mine.